Nnengera namunju w'omuntu muganda wange avaako emabega. Abantu bayitirivu nnyo Busia twagiyingidde yadde nga tetunayingira kibuga ky'e Busia. Muganda wange twayingidde dda e Busia yadde nga tetunayingira kibuga kikyali walako naye erengera namunju w'omuntu.
Bobi, President, Bobi, I said President, Bobi, I said President, Bobi, President, I said President, I said
Olunaku olwaleero President ali Busia. Olunaku olwaleero President ali Busia era nga Busia amaze okugiyingira yadde ng'ekibuga tannakiyingira wakati. Njagala okutegeeza omukulembeze okuva we yasuze olunaku olwajjo ebibuga byazayitamu oba bwezoyita Trading Center n'ebibuga ebyenjawulo asanzeemu namunju w'omuntu. Busia kilomita 5 okuyingira ekibuga. Kilomita 5 okuyingira ekibuga. Okuyingira ekibuga ky'e Busia kilomita 5 ezibulayo. Naye already omuntu muyitirivu nnyo baganda bange. Abantu ba Eastern ate mukisusiza nnyo namwe mulimba. Abantu ba Eastern mukisusiza nnyo. Naye nga kilomita 5 zezibulayo okuyingira ekibuga Busia. Bano sibe baliranye embale bajja zina akadoli munabawulira bakatambula mayiro newezibeera 10.
President,
Lengera omugijjo omuto gwonna gudduka kulaba ku Kyagulanyi okumuwerekerako.
I
yenyini agwekwatiddemu omuvayibu banange ekiri emabega Our power. Abaana bakaduka kilomita nga 30 okugambye abantu b'e Busia bakaduka kilomita nga 30. President agenda kakola mu ngajjo. President asazeewo afulume agenze kakola. President akakozeemu bannange mwesimanga nga mulina President eyensobola. His Excellency Kyagulanyi Ssentamu asaze kakolemu ng'era bwe yakikoze olunaku olwajjo ne leero emmotoka agivuddemu asazeewo agyogingemu kazi ne kadodi bannange akadodi kazinika. His Excellency Bobi Wine tengera omuwagizi. Abaana b'e Luweero temunswaza. Abaana b'e Luweero kyekitundu mwenva. Ennaku z'omwezi muzitegeera bulungi nnyo. Omukulembeze agenda kubeera mu kitundu ekyo. Bannange temunswaza. Bannange tukoppa abaana b'e Busia kye bakoze. Tukoppa abaana b'e Mayuge kye bakoze. Tukoppa abaana b'e Iganga kye bakoze tukikubisemu emirundi 10. Eyo Luweero bannange ensonga mugimanyi. Omukulembeze mu Muwero Kaminge. Abaana b'e Luweero, abaana b'e Luweero. President akomyewo mu mmotoka. Akomyewo mu mmotoka.
Omulebe bizonto ogamba otya munange gyebaleko gyonna gyetusaako engalo asuubira nti akadde kalungi nnyo we musinzi okubanga mutulaba. Nze Serwanja Julius ku lwa Bizonto Comedy okutuusaako sheno ewagirwa bannaffe aba Asset Disposal Company. Abono omulimu gwabwe ogusinga obukulu bafuba nnyo okulaba nti nno enkwasaganya gy'okwasaganyamu ebintu byo eyawuka. Bw'oba otunda bintu byo oleme kufootolwa ate naawe anoonya ekyokugula oleme kutambula ngendo mpanvu ng'okinoonya. Ne bakikola batya? Ne bateekawo omutimbagano nga munene www.assetdisposalco.com okwegera obanga obasanga buli kimu bakikuweera awo. Bagala ttaka, bagala nnyumba, bagala motoka, bagala ki. Abaguzi bali mu mawanga ag'enjawulo n'abatunda bali mu mawanga ag'enjawulo. Kati gw'ogendayo noga neetaaga kino ngenda kukifuna wano. Nkujjukiza teekamu www.assetdisposalco.com ojja kuba kutula nabo offices zaabwe ziri mu ttundu awo mu kibuga Kampala. Ojja kuba nga bakwasaganya bulungi ekibatwala ebbali bbaliko w'ekibuga babeetaga store mwe batereka ebintu ebyo ababibaweereza abitundira awo bossi wa broker baliwo nga bakayungirizi ab'enjawulo nvaako kutegeeza nti no International Conference on Ending Malnutrition eri Canada mwezi ogwa January 2024 abanagenda mweteeketeeke bulungi okubanga namwe musimbula okubeera mugende Canada mwetabe mu conference ezo bingi nnyo byemuyigiramu bingi nnyo byemusobola okufuniramu n'okusinkanya mikwano gyammwe ababulako edda nga bano Bamatovu Junior bali eno baliyisa buti batatya kulya bwa meeya wa Canada beeyagala bali eno bazimba musanze mu kijaketi kinene bwekiti ne mubuuzo wa kiki tyawinte naatera katutandisa okuyingira mu kayo sabo ng'ayogera ng'atali Munnayuganda we tuli bonojjo ojja kumulaba nvaawo kutegeeza gwali mu America oli Europe kutwaliza wamu waliwo enkola gye bagamba nti osobola okukolerako awaka notakalubizibwa kuzunga ku mulimu guno naguno family notagiwa budde teekamu www.d.fluks.com ojja kubanga okifuna okinyonyoke okutambulira bulungi wendi ku set nawo omukulu serebu wammwe naye Canada si serebu Canada bini yabuuziza abazungu nga basatu ng'abuuza n'amata kujoniye ngamubuuza eno buli omu ali ku bibye atambula butambuzi mukungujjo wakagaali wakuyitako wakapiki eri wakamotoka traini kibuga kyammwe kidduka emisindirizi
miyitiri ne Trudy yennyini alina waayita ne batamumanya Prime Minister wa wano
bakiŋŋambye
alina waayita anti kati oyinza okulowooza nti agenda kugiramu ng'ali kagaali ngali kagala
no mugula gwa
vayo ogerera wano oyo leka nawe oyo vayo ate wano tetumulina wano katugeze oyinza okusanga omusajja nga mukadde ng'otudde mutudde oli mu traini oba otudde wa kasajja bw'ati aba takugamba nti nviira ntuule naye bw'omutunulira bw'oti
abaako ekigambo ekimwe wandiseeko
awo otudde nze nteeka okutuulawo senkuwe yalina enjogera eyo nyimirira ntya nga gweotudde yadde wansoose ku mukolo
twabadde tutambula n'eddiini oyo baasi ntulaba obutebe bwa bbulu omukadde najja
nga bini kwatudde yakavuddeko omanyi bini asobola okuganirawo
sebo bwe yatuuse bw'ati bini natunula n'amagamaga ag'okulaba nga waliwo akapande kaliko omukadde ow'omuggo ow'olubuto
n'omwana n'embwa
n'asitukawo mpola mpola omukadde n'atuula nga n'embwa erina ekifo
bulungi nnyo omanyi abazungu bawa nnyo respect kitwandiyise buli kintu mu biseera nga muva mu winter mugenda mu sama baddamu ne basimba omuddo oba ebimuli
oba biba bifudde
era kati bw'oyita mu kibuga Toronto oyinza okwewuunya noga nti naye kate bwe tubeera mu winter tolabako yadde ekikola n'ekimu bwe kiti ebimu bivaako ebimu bifiira ddala naye kasita muva mu winter bo bamanyi nti nno Katonda yagenda okutonda ebintu ebyo yalina ensonga lwaki yabikola era bagenda babissaawo oba kitegeera kati abazungu lwakuba tonnatambulako bulungi singa ogendako eri wansi wali exhibition wansi eyo ku Sieni nasanze omuwala ng'alina tuyite konkome yes ng'akirina akyetaddeko wano ng'ate kiramu eyo yepeti ye
era tegambwako
abagitwala nga mwana nga gwe boolabirira omwana era amanya kyerya alina ogirabirira mu budde wano omuzungu abeera n'embwa nakugamba embwa erina okukola exercise ku makya erina okukola exercise ekawungeezi
osanga ekyoya kiri kiti
enaaba si ze zire zibaweerera nti nno genda ogoba omubi embwa za wano zibeera nga bonogaa nti erina respect nga ggwe erina n'obuliri weesula abamu basula nazo mu buliri waliwo agamba kale bannaye abo baayonooneka kati ggwe atasula nayo kali kyayo bweto si musango gwe naye ye ajja kuga nti bwe nsula n'embwa okwata mu kyoya kyayo n'ofuna ebbugumu oli otasobola kufuna wa jukira ebe naaba bulungi kubanga erina rutini kwenaabira tosobola kusanga embwa wano ng'ewunya
kyo nakirabye nange nalabye embwa neŋŋamba omuntu yandibaddeko n'embwa bweti nati nyinza obutagisobola ku bbeeyi
embwa okubeera n'embwa wano abadde n'omwana akusinga kuba omwana tebajja kugamba nti buli kumakya mutwala akole ki atambulemu naye embwa teeka every morning erina okugenda era nogitwala okufuka okimanyi tezifuka mu nyumba tezifuka mu nyumba era osobola okulaba muzungu nga atutte embwa nga gitutte just egenda kufuka eveeyo eddeyo waggulu ebire mu kayumba kaayo
twagenze okukazinga eyo kazinga bakaita batabini nalaba nze sikajjukira ate musajja wattu twagenze waliwe wali mmeri awo kimeri nekitukusaza nekitwala eyo naye awo twalinyida ngaliwo kasente kali wali nga waliwo embwa eziri awo kati nga buli atuuka n'embwayo asooka n'ajambusa nebuuza ku zinne waayo nemalo zibuuzaako naye n'abuuza ku nanyini ziri nebavaayo
nebatambula
kyanyumidde
oba ebintu omanyi sagalaga nti ndi mu politics naye bw'otuuka e Canada wano gw'onoobeera mujulizi wange onyiigira nnyo abakulembeze baffe
ekyo nekiriiko kugamba nti ki ekitabo kya Uncle Ben Fumita Emboozi Kaseegu ku kituuti akirina wano e Canada saakyagala munoonyeeko abe ng'akikusimba
naye bannaaye munansonyiwa nze omu ku bantu abaali balowooza nti ddiini tategeera naye ate bwe nalaba ekitabo kino nagenda ne ku mukutu ogwa Bizonto Comedy neneebaza nga nsooka kwebaza olw'okusobola okuzuula Bin kubanga Bin yaliwo n'akola ku TV n'akola radio n'akola ku mikutu egy'enjawulo naye tegyasobola mujjamu kyewasobola kumujjamu ekyo nkwebaza ekyokubiri Bin bwe mubeera ku seeti nze omu ku bantu abadde bagamba nti Bin yeekoza
nti
oluzungu alumanyi naye bwe tubadde wano nga nyaniriza nga nemukwogera okwa bulijjo opulira obuga kibeera bwekiti
era tubeera bwetutyo liseera
mu butuufu kibi nnyo okujajinga omuntu ng'omulengerera bulengereza ewala bwe musisinkanye wano olwaleero ate ndabye Bin ate omulala si gwe nali naye ku bbabba nali ne Bin ku bbabba nga ndaba musajja mujagujagu era nze wandibadde omubuuza ani embega wa Museveni
wali mutadde
muwaayo luli mbadde muwaayo kuba mbadde ndaba
omuntu ayambala kale endala naye nga mulala naye Bin nga bwe mumulaba yoyo bwali kati omusajja ataasoma owa P3 first term second term n'awandiika ekitabo nga kino kisinga n'ebyatamala ebirungi biragiranyiza bubi
edda omusajja awandiika ebitabo alabika akwata ekiraba kya F n'agizinga bw'ati n'akola pages z'ennya n'agamba akatabo nakawandiise n'akubikula oba obikkula nga kaweddeyo nga kaweddeyo omusajja yawandiise akatabo peegi 92 nga n'abasajja abasomye Oluganda bangi tebasobodde kuwandiika kintu nga kino muwe respect sebo nsonyiwa naye mbadde nyina okwebaza
ensangagenze mu kitabo kino naye wetugendedde mbadde nkugamba nti omuntu yenna eyeebuuza lwaki buli munnayuganda alinnya ku nnyonyi n'afuluma afuuka opposition ne bakadaama bonna basanga bonna bagamba bawagira Kyagulanyi munnange bw'ofulumako ensi lwozibuka amaaso bamanya nti olugero lw'Abaganda nti atannayitaayita
yatenda nnyina okufumba
oluviirayo munnange otunulira ebintu nga byangu bisoboka
webale nnyo
naye nga temubikola nga byangu nnyo nga byandisobose naye nga tebikola emisolo basoloozaako mingi tegikola wano basolooza omusolo
nga tonnadduka emisolo basoloozaako mingi
tegina kigikola
obuyambi bwe bafuna ku lwaffe bungi
tebukola
okwewola kwe beewola ku lwaffe
bungi
ebintu ebyo byonna bisatu
bimala okufuula omuntu obulungi
ne bw'ogamba nti okozesezako kimu effectively wano omuntu ne bw'oba oguze ka sweet kati olaba ekitabo kino fumita emboozi bindi bw'abanga akitadde ku kitwandise online selling tuli ajja kubanga ajjako omusolo naye omusolo gwe gulaga bye gukola oyita ku nguudo kati there is a lot of construction going on around Canada buli kimu kiddaabirizibwa after winter wabawo ebyayonooneka naye olaba nga waliwo ekiraga nti mutuufu baagala omuntu ono asasula omusolo abeere motivated
nagambye oyo bwe twayingira ekimu kye twasooka okutunulira bantu kwambala bubi obuzungu kunama nakantu kakasaliza wano nakapale kakasaliza wano nolaba noli bwali ekino tukiraba netuddako ekyokulya buli muntu ng'otunulira natambula alya mberengeze natambulira nywa kasoda ke okulya ngako muntu asobola okulya ng'atambula tolina woolaba kacupa tolina woolaba nti kano kaveera bakaggyemu bisiki
ate nga omuntu atambula akolaki
ate nga buli bw'otunulira waliwo atambula ng'alya kyokka nga tebabitwala akabikasasira ebyo
bateeka betandise ebigoma oba oba dustbin nga ne bwoba owetabuwesa ensonga
banda nga ne bwoba wampisa ambi ekisusse nga ne bwoba wamanyira kukasuka
tosobola naye bintu bino bisoboka abakulembeze baffe abatukyayisa ensi yaffe kyobula nti nze bwe mbanga ndi nga wendi wano e Canada ne mpulira omuntu nga yajja kuba kyeyo ng'awagira Museveni ntunuulira mu bintu byentera okwogera temubeeramu bigambo bivuma kyana natandika okukola naye waliwo ebintu byengenda okutandika okukozesa era nakijja ndowooza ku gundi yammwe embodoli kyeki nakulaba okyogera nani ne Maliseeri
embodoli ye mukazi atakugira bulungi mu buliri
ekyo si kyentegeeza
embodoli ye mukyala atasanyusa bbaawe mu buliri
ate
enkodomali mbu kisolo naye ndababulabinalabako
akasolo kali awo kabanga akasensufu
naga nti enkodomali yeno nange kemmanyi
kati katugende n'enkodomali kubanga ye enkodomali oyinza obutagibuuza abaana boozadde obalabirira omukyala gwozaddemu abaana abo omufaako katugambe nti omuntu yenna ali ku kyeyo nga yava e Uganda nga yeeyiyiza kabano gamba nti oba atunze kapolotike oba yasikira ttaka n'alitunda oba yakuŋŋanya ssente ku lulwe n'agenda ku kyeyo n'asinziira ku kyeyo n'awagira Museveni eba nkodomali
natunulidde anyway tujja kugamba nti abazungu naye mukola emirimu nga mutambula shift eno naye tegibamenya nnyo lwaki nti transport mwangu wali ate nga si wakukaluubiriza twalinye train bbiri jo netuzivaamu netuyingira bus netutuusa wetusula nga otwasasulidde ku train eyasoose nalowooza bwetugera ku yokubiri tuddamu tuveemu tugende ne ku bus naye otusasule naga nti kati kemutaddemu wali
kakadi
kali kati kabamala wonna paka neŋŋamba kati ewaffe nga omuntu asalawo nti kati sente bwe ziti kisinzira ku bwabatunulidde waliwo bameka bangi kati atalina bbiri bana neŋŋamba kati gavumenti yeevaayo ddi okuyamba ku muntu waayo
ojja kunyigira nnyo Museveni by the way Museveni tonyigira bantu bakukyayi gwe tunuulira ebintu by'otaddewo ebibaleetera okusanyuka oba okunyiiga omuntu ng'omuteereddewo kye bayita infrastructure situukangako Rwanda kusukka airport naye nyina mikono gyange abali e Rwanda Kagame yagenda okufuuka pulezidenti w'e Rwanda nga ffe tumaze ndowooza emyaka nga 8 kubanga ye wa 94 ffe tuli ba 86 nga kwegamba nga tuvudde mu betwandise abasibira mu bbwa naye tosobola kugenda Rwanda infrastructure yaabwe nogikompeyalinga n'eya Uganda
kubanga bakoppako eno
bakoppa abazungu ebisinga byonna bakoppye by'abazungu kati kyoŋŋamba nti no ffe Kampala waffe nga ne executive director wa Kampala ayita ku nguudo ajula gamba nti bannange nga yeekweka naye ng'ate omusaala ogumusasulwa kulabirira kibuga naye akiyitamu ayagala kukola ki kasasira anaatera kutuuka wali mu KCCA. In fact kasasira ateekwa n'okuba ng'atuuka mu KCCA waliwo empewo weefuumula ebisaaniiko ogenda okwekanga nga mugundi y'abameeya kasasira atuuse enfuufu esobola okuva ekiruddu eno ku gundi ku Salama Road negenda paka webali nnyo naye nga teweebuuza lwaki bano abakola ebintu bo babikola
abantu question bulijjo gye neebuuza lwaki buli muntu agenda e Bulaayi akyukira okudda ku opposition fenno nga tulowooza nti olw'okuba bajjira ku musingi gwa kusaba bubuddamu kyekibaleetera okuba bwe batyo naye bannange nedda Junior natunudde sikunyumiriza wano ku kizimbe kutusula waliwo ndowooza eyafunye omuliro ka alamu ne kakaaba tuwulira
binajjalaba kasigala omanyi zino ennyumba tezibeera zakunywera musigala naye nomala ofuwa sigala omukka ogwo ne gutuuka mu kasensa ako kekali waliko olengera wali ako
alamu yeeyiwako
nga yeeyiwako kati ate alamu bwe yeeyiwako awo tekikoma wano eyagiinstolinga yateekako kiwandiise akoolugamba akaloopa
ku
poliisi kati poliisi yo kasakano akakakagira wali poliisi ng'emanya nti ludda wa 346 Spadina Avenue there is a fire tebalinda simu
zibadde ssaawa 9 nga n'ekitundu ogw'ekiro mu ddakiika 3 emmotoka za fire zibadde wansi
neza paramedics na ambulance
mu ddakiika 3 ng'eye Kampala mukusooka kukubayo bwe mukubayo ne bazuukusa abanaagivuga bwe baweeri ne bagijampinga
olimba
bamala gijampinga ne bagenda bateekemu amazzi
leka kubasiisiriza ey'e Kampala fire brigade ogikubira nakuza muliro guliro dawa what is the type of fire mumale eddakiika 20 ng'akyakubuuza omuliro gufaanana gutya n'akugamba okay let me notify the people n'akuba essimu nga teziri available
bas eddakiika
kati biri bye batonyumya ebiroka bijja yes
ng'emmotoka zirya
bavaliwe nga kibayita obulamu bw'omuntu
kitegeeza nti nebwekuba kyokka nno nga newaffe kakaaba kitegeeza nti bweguba gukutte eri musooke
muveewo ekizimbe mukifuluma
naye ane simanyi nakyayi nnyo simanyi bwe ŋŋenda kuba
bwe nali wano e Canada naliko wano mu 2006 nendaba ezo zi street car eziringa train nendaba emmotoka zewandiise Uber nendaba emmotoka ku airport ezireeta abantu zewandigambye nti ezitambuza omanyi nti bw'obeera ku airport naawe obanga mukungu bwe kasi oyita taxi airport taxi emmotoka eyinza okujja nga ogiraba escalade nga etwala gwe ssemu kati bwe nadda e Uganda nali nkola ku radio Sapiensia nembuuza President Museveni otambula ogenze mu mawanga g'Abawarabu ogenze mu mawanga g'Abazungu tolina kye wali weegombye eyo n'ogamba nti kino njagala kibeere mu Uganda
wange kibeerewo nakyo
nafuna simu kuva mu State House ng'eŋŋamba sebo tolina music wakukuba mu program yo jukira program eyo yali bagitanga okyogerako ki it was a political segment ne mugamba nti program nsobola okuba music naga nti kati kuba music wo those questions you are trying to send to the president next time you do that you will lose that job najja kesimu nga bwe bamanyi abantu ewaffe naye nga kye nali mbuziza kyali kikyamu
ate
abo bennyini abo ogamba abatubira amasimu akatukangakanga baagala nnyo okutambula ne president
era batambula naye
era bwe batuuka mu nsi zino balaba bye balabye ne bagamba oh my god neyeegomba naga nti nange kino nandyagadde okukirako mu nsi eyaffe enguudo ze batambuliddeko gwoli mu Canada
ate ndi
kati kankuwuliyo ne kano oyinza okubanga wadde tokamanyi bw'oba olina shopping gy'okoze nga bakuwa receipts kuuma receipts zezo bw'onooba oddayo olina wogenda okutwala receipt ezo omusolo gwonna gwe babadde bajja nga bakuggyako ng'ogula by'oguze bw'oba ofuluma Canada bagukuddiza kubanga tosobola kuwa Canada you are not a donor nga te toli mutuuze waayo you cannot pay taxes for Canadians yet you are not a Canadian buli kyogula ne bwekaba ka sweet bakajjako omusolo gwa wano gubeera
era n'ogulaba
bulungi nnyo
bakuteeka wali guno omusolo
kakati bw'oba oddayo balina kye bayita we bakalikuletingira omusolo oyinza okwesanga nga katugeze bw'oba oguze ebintu bya $10,000 nga bakuddizizaayo $130 awo Kampala oba tojoga emeza teddugala kakati bamanyi nti omuntu alina okuwa omusolo naye ate omuntu atabeera mu nsi eyo talina kugibwako musolo oba okategeera kati ng'abazungu bwe bajja mu nsi yaffe omuzungu bajja mu nsi yaffe n'agulayo ebintu katugeze bya miliyoni 3 aba alowooza nti bw'anaaba afuluma Uganda bagenda muddizaayo kubanga ewaabwe bwe bikola
nasanga ate waabwe eri kirala nnyo
n'okuddayo bayinza nomubuuza zino lwaki ate
zo lwaki ziddayo
zisigala wano kuba za Uganda it is for the Republic of Uganda kyobula nti abantu abajja wano banyiigira nnyo abakulembeze bafeeka lwa nsonga nti facilities eziteekebwa wano oba eziteekebwa mu nsi z'abazungu infrastructure engeri gy'otambulamu transport system okuba amasimu buli kimu engeri gye kitambulamu kiteekateekeddwa bulungi nnyo Museveni kimuggyako ki okuteekateekera bannakampala nti at least omuntu okuyingira mu Kampala bino byogenda okwenjoyinga wammanga
webiri byo
gwokimanyi nti bw'obeera mu nze kati obadde yogera nti omuntu ayinza okuba nga akolera wala nyina omulimu gwenkola ninya train ngimalako eddakiika 27
wawanvu
naye ng'ate nina omulimu omulala gwe nali nkola nga guli kumpiko kuwali bwogambye awawanvu naye nga train gitwandise eya line 2 ngimalamu eddakiika 35 nenkwata baasi nengimalamu eddakiika nga 25 ku 28 nga kintwalira essaawa nga nnamba okutuuka ku mulimu n'okudda naye kati nkozesa eddakiika 27 okutuuka ku mulimu n'okuvaayo zezimu ate nga gyenkolera wala naye olwo gye bayita express train go train kati bw'obeera mu area eyo waliwo banka ebawa internet yabwereere kizimbe molo nene nnyo kirigabologa nti paaka enkadde ne paaka empya eye Kampala ogaseeko ne mukwano molo wonna it is the same building naye nga internet yabwereere naye kati weebuuze mu Uganda gavumenti kiki kyeteereddewo bannansi kye bayinza okwenyumirizaamu nga bunoga nti kati kentuuse mu Kampala njawukana nali ebukomansimbi kuba kati ndi mu kibuga ekikulu ekya Uganda kabuyonjo nti kabuyonjo bw'anaagenda mu kabuyonjo agenda kugamba nti anyumye amakulu agali mu kabuyonjo nyina kabuyonjo gye naleka bazimba awo ku gundi ku wano maaso gakizimbe kino ekya banka Centenary Bank
ku mapeera
eyinza okuba nga
tennaggwera
kati abagenda ogigenda mubalinde
bakyaji composting ewedde siriiwo naye nga nakoma okuyitawo nga tennaggwa bini kuba tetuzunganga mu kibuga yaggwa ekyajjukira byekampala
kyapa wambuveera
okiregera kakati weebuuze omuntu ng'avudde gy'avudde n'ayingira ekibuga Kampala kiki kyeyeenyumirizaamu anyumize ku bantu nti nze ndi wanjawulo bwe nabadde Kampala abuuka mu buuke nga naate ne gye yavudde mu kyalo balina kabini zaabwe eyinza okuba ya ssanja naye nga bye bakuŋŋaanyizaayo
bibeerayo
mu mirembe sindike n'enkuba ne bwetonya
terina buzibu
tesobola kuleeta buzibu naye kazze mu Kampala enkuba n'etonya n'alyoka abuuka ow'omuyindi n'abuuka ow'omukyoyi byawuka ssebo
bwobuuka chipusi bwobuuka akalo
olaba akalo kazibu nnyo osegeera kakati ne weebuuza omuntu azze e Kampala kyanjawulo ki kyobula nti abantu b'omu Kampala ennaku zino ate tebakyatiisa ba mu kyalo mufiirwa oba ku mikolo nga onoga nti mulina emikolo bino ab'e Kampala basooke balye ebitumbuli ab'e Kampala bajja wano ffe tubawo ne transport abazaayo
era awo bwe nasaasiridde omuntu asula ku street ey'e Kampala aba bubi nnyo Kampala mubi Kampala oyo muzibu Kampala mubi era ekikemo kyojja okusinga okufuna era mwayisibwa bubi nnyo muyisiddwa bubi nnyo n'okunsinga kuba mulabye ku kintu ku services ennungi mulabye ku services ennungi nze bimu mukyabiŋŋamba nga sinnabirabako nebyendabyeko byokka bimala okweraliikira nga nti ewaffe nga wabi
nze nkyogera abamu ne balowooza nti matovu musosoze mawanga naye kankyogere bwe nti abatufuga ewaffe engeri gyekiri nti nga tebanatandika kutufuga tebaalina address nga bonaogamba ani jajjaawo
kiwanuka kabindi kubayita wali enkumbi
gyali
mugenzi
talina taata we
alina
temumanyi we bamuziika
manyiwo
taata wa taatawo talina taata we
alina
temumanyi we bamuziika
nkumba
kati wa Museveni bamuziika wa jjajjaawe
afiira mu lutalo
alutalo kisse
olw'okuzaala
jjajja musajja
anti era alina okubeerako n'ekijja
nti ne bwafiira mu lutalo bamusula ku jirikiti
yali agenze ku mawanga
okimanyi nti Museveni ayinza okuba nga talina na kijja
nsi yaleeta
kuba abaana be yazaala bonna betumanyi tubamanyi bakyaliwo okuva kwasooka paka ku
tafiisangako
okusinziira ku byetulaba tafiisangako ekitegeeza nti bwe kuba kugamba nti nno ekijja ekiriwo kiyinza okuba nga kiriko taata we yekka Amos Kaguta Amos Kaguta yes ndowooza ne maama ne maama naye kati bo nga maama ne taata ekijja kyabwe kiri luddawo
abaabwe bajjajja bono
kati omuntu nga talina nsibuko taswala
sakuba talina gwaswalira talina mukulu ogwaga nti banandaba batya kyebaali bamanyi ku jjajjange
bw'aba alya n'ateeka mu kamwe emu ayinza n'okupakira mu matu n'amanya nti gye nataddewo jjo teyavuddewo n'agijjawo nga yayonoonese n'asuula nsuule endala n'agirinyirira bulinyirizi naye nga tagiwadde balumwa njala ye problemu ya pulezidenti atufuga omanyi ononsonyiwa gwe hosti wa programu eno naye ekibi ohostinze hosti
anti kyogedde ohostinze hosti ate hosti ali ewala byanjawulo bahosi bali babiri ku share naye hosi omu ali kumpi nnyo negwe bageya
n'emiggo
omulala ali wala nnyo negwe bageya
gwe mugamba bugambi oli.
Are you an African living in the diaspora, America, Canada, UK, Australia and Germany? You're still working 2 to 3 jobs, working long hours, overtime, weekends and holidays, no time to spend with your family? It is time to take charge of your life. Introducing online business, work from home or anywhere in the world. Spend time with your loved ones as well as working at the comfort of your home. You don't need any experience. We have coaches to take you through step by step. Don't be skeptical. This business is legit. For more information, visit www.d-flax.com or WhatsApp or call on +1 925 214 3563. Online business.
oli president oli gyali osobola okukola kikuba byayogera tabyogeredde wa
Magombe
tabyogere nze sibyogeredde Uganda era naawe tobikoledde Uganda okitegeera tubyogeredde nga tusinzira ku ttaka lya Trude Justin Trude n'olwensonga eyo amukubire essimu amugambye nti oyo alina byanjogeddeko
omusajja anvumye ayogedde binyiziza
anyiziza agamba nti sirina kijja ate nga jjajja wange bamuziika wano akole bwatyo omanya ensonga lwaki Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu nze pulezidenti wange yateekebwako nnyo kyetwandiyise amaanyi agatateekebwanga ku muntu yenna bukyanga lubanga wa mmindi mu byafaayo bya Uganda
simanyi
nze nakola research nekizuula nti bamanyi nti omuntu oyo abantu bamukkiririzaamu reasons being ekisooka ayina waava ekyokubiri
azaalabika
musajja mukozi
omukulu ogwo gujja gulabika
ekyokusatu agatta abantu bwe nkugamba nti agatta abantu bw'otunuulira Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu n'abamwetoolodde bw'omanyira kye bayita omukulembeze yingira mu nnyumba mukyala we of all people naganda nti ebika tulina bikandoza 5 mu bibiri yagamba nti bano bo nze wendi kambikiikiri n'avuga mayiro oba 10 bimeka paka eri Itojo Itojo simaba Itojo
tutwale ekyo
kali tutwale ekyo nano nayo omukyala Babi Itungo Babi n'amuleeta e Kampala n'afumbya omuntu yandibadde afumba akalo n'obumonde n'abobeza ettooke eyo credit bagamba nti mbuulira mukwano gwo
kubulira episazo
omusajja yadduka emisinde paka Arua West Nile region n'aleeta Nubian Li ye mukwano gwe
namubeera wano
kakati bw'otunulira mu structures za bewandiise kaninga munoga obukulembezeewo bawaiswa mu Fumbiro otunulira balina Zedriga n'abalala of course ayina betwandise ba true friends n'abeera ne betwandise bannakigwanyizi balugongoya oyinza otya okwesigisa ebyama omuntu bwe mutasharinga gwanga
ati no waliwo okwesigisa ebyama naye omuntu okufumbira ekyemisana n'ekyeggulu
kakati abantu abagezi b'ovuganya nabo bakimanya nti this is a very strong focused and organized person era bwe baba bamuteekako amaanyi ge bandi
n'abaffe abandi mwatakinze bamwatakinwaga naye ate mukoddomi waffe abengulu bandiga tulinayo owaffe kyekyo
okitegere
ate version bale sigirabanga
kati ojja kwesanga nti bali abakugamba nti bw'oyogera bw'oti obeera musosoze mu mawanga bw'otunuulira atufuga mukyala we muki mukoddomi we gwandiise omuko omukulu w'embuga ava mu ggwanga ki mikwano gye bawandigambe nti no kasaakako bawasaawa
bo be baani oyinza okugenda nga yeggwe matovu n'ogenda n'owasa mu Muhima osobola n'okulaawa
nanyina muto wange ali Dubai ate kati nami naabiraba ayina omuwala gwe yagenda n'ayagala Muhima naye famire yatuuka n'okusiba omuwala nga tebalina kye bamusibira naye ng'ekimusibye lwakuba nti nno yayagadde Omuganda
olira pati
nkubuulira mazima muto wange sijja kwogera linnya lye naye nga gyali si ye yekka nyina omusajja omulala ali saidize
wajabeera kati
Kasangati era omuvubuka oyo naye ali Kasangati alina omuwala nga sinaba kuvaayo nze kenyini nakwata essimu n'engikubira abaali batulugunya omuwala oyo nga bamutulugunya olwokuba nti no yayagala Omuganda bamwokya ebidomola nga munoga nti omanyi ebidomola bitookesa
ebisibya abayindi Suyambo bayindi bakola bwe bati.
Ebidomola ne bookesa ababbi nga bogamba nti omubbi baamukutte lubona n'amwokya ebidomola. Ebidomola bye baayokya omuwala nga bamugamba lwaki weesiba ku musajja. Omuvubuka ne bamugamba alina okuleeta ente 6 nga buli nte gye baagala ya $5,000 gyeziri ente ssebo eza $5,000
gyeziri
yankubira esimu nangamba Matovu nnyamba nkoze ntya
baagala $3,000,000
ng'alina kapuluti agenda katunda ne mugaato katunda mpe ennamba y'oyo n'agimpa nali nkyali Uganda ne nkubira omukyalo oyo ne mugamba nti there is a case going on. I'm investigating it. I'm going to air it on TV. It involves your daughter, Amanya Gegano. It involves one gentleman, Amanya Gegano. Ha! Batya. Ne bakita. Nenga lwaki yali ayagadde Muganda. Up to now, nze kimanyi nti Muganda wange akyabona
lwekyo kyeyakola.
Olwa okuba nti yagwa mu mukwano n'omuwala omuhima. Bali abakugamba nti oli musosoze ne bakutiisa na nnyo okubeera nga gwe Omuganda otya okugamba nti njagala Kyagulanyi ate nga naye Muganda munno. Bube kuga bali bwe bati tebeesosola ne bakikuteekamu nti naawe ofune fiya nti okubeera ne Kyagulanyi obanga alidde mu nsi yo
obanga zizo ogwa Nagomola
kati nga bw'ogambye nti badde tokirowoozanga ko badde tokirabanga kati buli muntu azibuka amaaso. Julius, tosobola kwagala nnyo muntu gw'otamanyi buvoowe na buddowe kusinga bw'oyinza kwagala Matovu.
Yes.
Okuleka nga gwe wennyini gw'otamanyi kikyoli.
Nga nawe teweeyagala.
Abantu bali beeyagala.
Bo beeyagala.
Abantu bali beeyagala. Beeyagala. So, mulayini eyo ne ngamba nti bwe tubanga tutunuulira amaanyi gano ge baateeka ku Kyagulanyi okumukubisa okusooka nga bamukubisa bibye ebimuli okumpi baamutya olw'ensonga nti nno onoonya ky'onoomunenyeza nekikubula kati ogenda munenyaki
ye wajja agamba nti nno abantu bano basosoze ye simusosoze ojja agamba nti atunenya bukadde ye muto mbotufu onoonya kyogera
agamba okumanya abasajja abo basosoze mwalaba mu Buganda yawangula Buganda yonna nti mwe wamwe soka weebuuze mwankole waliyo omukyoli eyali awanguddeyo Kasese waliyo omusoga eyali awanguddeyo yaba mu Busoga waliyo Omuganda eyali awanguddeyo oba mu Arua waliyo Omunyankole eyali awanguddeyo.
Byonna ebigambo ebyo Junior birungi. Obuzibu tufunye buli bumu nti kati mwe analysis ezo muzikolera eno. Muzikolera eno wali ku kyoto mwatulekerawo kati naffe abaliwo tuluma bw'okiretanga kino maybe Junior akyogeddera kuba tali kumpi wano sifuuka ekyuli nowetunulamunoga waayi mumulowooza senga mwenna nga musobola senga mwenna mwali wali lumbu yali wali bonna buli asobola okubaako kyayogera nga akyogera wali ku ground nga tumanyi nti bamusanku address 46 emakindye kyandibadde kitya.
Kaweesi yayogera ki?
Kaweesi tewali kyamaanyi
tebamuli amanda. Abiriga yayogera ki?
anti tulowooza ababbi be babatuba.
Omusajja kirumira yakugamba bw'oyogera
ofa
bw'otayogera
era ofa
kanjogere bategere ekindi ku mutima neme kufa kiruyi
bwe naasirika nja kufa nga nfudde nakyo kanjogere nfe nga
bakitegedde. Nkubuuziza Abiriga yavumaani yayambalanga bisaati bya yero bigundi bye bya yero n'agenda naye nze nakola statement nali ku KTV oba Bishop Kiganda akyakijjukira lwe bakwasa Abiriga engatto Museveni we yamuwa engatto
bateza yero
bali mu conference
kusoma budget
bwe bamuwa engatto ne ngamba oyo is a moving target.
gawadde engatto
omanyi waliwo ebintu simanyi nze nyina ebintu bibiri bye nnaakakola ne bituukirira. Nakola prediction eyo ne ngamba nti oyo kati moving target nti singa ekiseera kituuka ne bagamba nti balina amanyingo lwo ze tuyita organized crimes ezitasobola nakubeera solved okuleka ga gavumenti ekyuse batajetinganya abantu abali popular batajetinganya abantu bawandigambye nti kati nyinza okuwa amanya naye oledi agamba ye lwaki Matovu yantadde mu lisiti eyo kambaleke naye gwe kyolina okumanya omuntu yenna influencinga abeera mu kategori eyo
anti katulina ekizibu waliwo n'okulengerera ewala kati okwajja tebakyalabye biri byogambye ebimu byalinga byabalabira wano kati ono atufuukidde ekizibu kati naye bayimanyi kati mbu waliwo n'okulabira ono ajja tufuukira ekizibu mu myaka 10
kati mugirewo wano
tumwanguyire nga tannamera
ate era kati ovola nti naawe kati ekyo okimanyi ate bwe bamanya nti okimanyi tebatera kwagala kukola bye mumanyi at least bagumiikirizamuko ne bayisa
ne beerabiza
oluusi katonda naye n'aleeta embeera ze twandiyise nakyo gundi nakyo calamities ne zibayambako ne zibabikkirira paka ate batuuka ku kyabwe kye baagala naye nga bo babi nnyo batemu batta ne obutannaba kulowooza obuli mu mbuto
kati ono bw'anaazaala akaana kagera tubeerera
bazibu nnyo batemu nnyo beeyagala bokka
ngirigira amagi zimanyi yitamu
anti wansi eri wali ekisaawe
ekyamagi twebuuza nti twalabye ku mupoliisi alina mundu tulabye ku mupoliisi avuga ku emotoka eri mu kagombe ke twasoose okuwulira kafa yange ejja wano
ati kati olaba
nfakidde yazze tewuukana
kati ekitegeeze ku buli adekkirira tewabaddeyo jjaamu
muganda wange Kampala wano minisita ekkuba alibaamu wongu
ne bwe libeera kalu era
nga kalu ewuwe nga wakalu wanuwe n'agivaamu n'avuga eno wanuwe dda gyetalina kuvuga yamu era n'awogganyizaamu nga samusampuza kirali mu bwongu era n'awogganyizaamu ng'avudde gy'alina okuyita n'ayita gy'atalina kuyita n'awogganya nga olaba bufujjo
si fujjo abasajja bali ku bunkenke abasajja bakoze ebikolobero batya bo bennyini nabo bennyini beetya bwe balaba batwala emisinde balinga batwala balwadde bakolera olowooza nti nno muki si kweraga
olunaku lumu mbadde ntambula nnyo ne bini oyo ebiseera bisinga nga mubeera kumpi nnyo olw'emiswiba gye nammwe kuba wagirimuko kati nga bwe mubeera okumpi olunaku lumu nanga boda yava ng'omusajja konvoyi yasooka neyitawo owa boda n'avaako oluvannyuma emabega ng'alina pisito mu stokisi muno ng'ali ku piki ya boda naye akuuma bali kati ye bwe mumulaba ng'ali mabega wa konvoyi ng'awa boda naye nga naye mukuumi w'abali kati bwobunkenke nga buba bungi
bakoze ebikolobero bingi buli muntu bamutya batya ababakuuma batya ababavuga batya
bannayimba
kozi ogambye nti ndi wano naye kino kankyogere bwe nti kuba nakyogerako dda abalina obwongo ne babitegeera waliwo omu ku basajja nga baali b'amaanyi mu Uganda n'afa naye I think yali mu kyoli kati bwe yamala okufa mukyala we ne bamukozesa omukolo gwe bayita ogw'okukilinzinga the Maputo initiation is it Maputo Maputo I think abakyoli bagukola katugeze bw'oba wakutte mukazi wange obeera kyenyinyalwa eri community naye bwe weetonda bakunaaza ne bakuacceptinga bupya
webalire ente
webalinnya ebintu bwe bityo kati waliwo omu
nga gwe bakolera omusajja ani eyakuba omuntu w'amasasi ku mall
yes
ne bamusalira ente
yes kanyamunyu
mu kanyamunyu ngo bamusalira ente
kale kakati waliwo omukazi
nga kiraka kinene
kyogere kaiseewo katono
agambye kakireke
kaiseewo eggwanga mulise okusirika
kama mbaya ni mbaya
mukulu anti kama ni mbaya nze gweyogera nange nyinza n'okutuuka ku kisaawe
bannonyi
teekawo kirayimenti si bibyo
ojjukira kye bayita the lion of Mogadishu mbu kanjogere nga bbini mbu
so guys si bibyo
si byange
si byono
si bibyo si byono byange mbu naye si byange si bibyo byange mbu mukyala we bamuyisa mu mukolo ogwo
Lion of Mogadishu
mukyala wa Lion of Mogadishu bamuyisa mu mukolo ogwo nioloza lwaki bagumuyisaamu yoyo enanga gwe yagamba nti eyakola ki eyali oba akola ki yali naagwa naafa naye mbu mukyala we bagumuyisaamu katika ekyo katukikomyawo abasajja bano babi nnyo nti ne bw'oba tolina ky'obakoze badda wali ne bakulowooleza ne bakuteeseza bubi nnyo era okukakana nga bakoze kye basobola okukola ki okukola kati bw'oba olina omukisa nga bwe nalaba nga mugamba nti biini yali alina obuntu bwe yakola nga singa baba bagambye nti nno tukwata wano ffenna obuntu obwo buvaayo
nakati bukyaliyo
bulivaayo akaseera konna kakati ne bano bwe beetaaga nti gwe teekawo by'oteekawo nze nyina ebintu Mukama Katonda naye adde ebiwano ebimu sijja bikuwa sijja bikuwa naye nga mbirina naye nga abasajja babi
naawe olibimpa mu kiseera ekituufu
tebali kwagala abasajja Abaganda oba abakazi Abaganda abakikitiza ne Museveni nkino nkibagamba bano bakina Catherine Kusaasira Jennifer Fulufiga Nakangubi ne bannamwe Museveni tali baagala ajja balabanga enswera eva agenda balabanga enswera omanyi enswera
awo junior azebepakanyira naawe wenkuwakanyiza mu bulamu bw'enseena abantu abasinga banoonya kuba bulungi naffe ekitukomplainingisa kubanga tulaba nga tunyigirizibwa enguudo ziyitamu akamotokawo katono bwe kati ekinnya bwe kikakuba n'ogenda mu galagi tolina ssente Kusaasira bamuwadde emmotoka nnene ebinnya tajja kubiwulira bw'aba yina buzibu mu ddwaliro nze ngenda ekiruddwa atali ddagala yakubire maama nalweyiso amuweeyo emiliyoni 3 agende mu ddwaliro ly'ayagala abaana baba n'abagoba fiizi ajja kusobola okuba essimu State House bamuweeyo z'atwala akitegeeza ali bulungi
paka D is the question. Mama nalweyiso bagenda mukubira amasimu paka D oza yeta bakowa nalaba essimu y'Amatovu Junior weekend onadde nyina ekizibu kya mitwalo 5 n'agamba wiiki ejja omwana n'alwala
kati
nga nyina omukubira oluza ye nalweyiso tabikoowa
andika kati gwe Junior bwabadde Kampala nga wetaaga ssente mmeka ogamba nti bwe nfuna ssente bwe ziti nsobola okuva mu bwavu
nze sirina muwendo gwa ssente gwe mbadde nga nti bwe nfunayo ssente bwe ziti
naye nga n'okeera enkya Mukama Katonda nakkuba akawumbi omulundi gumu nga kakukyusaako kabadde kakukyusaako bwe kaba kabadde kakukyusaako bano bagamba mbu babo bawa
bazibawa ssente
mbu bagenda ne bamusimba akawumbi nadda nga alina bubiri obuwumbi mbu babawa
wulira Museveni agenda n'akusisinkana okusinziira nze ku bantu be nawulira boogera be yasisinkana ne munegotiatinga
dino nebwa
nti agenda kuwa miliyoni katugeze ekyangu miliyoni 10 ng'agenda zikuwa waliwo munnamawulire in fact kanyumye true story omanyiza njagala nnyo ebintu ebiriyo waliwo munnamawulire yali ayogera nnyo ng'akuba nnyo State House ndowooza ne bamugamba boogere naye kati n'agenda ne bamuyita paka bwe bamugamba tugenda kupikinga wano tukwetaaga ina meeting ne bamutwala paka mu State House ne bamubuuza kakati bw'oba toyogedde ekyo programu tesobola kuggwa bla 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 naye abannaye kuba bakuteeka mu fiya tusobola okutta n'otaddamu kwogerawo inoyo omwana nti omwana wo naasigala nga mulekwa tusobola okukugobesa ku mulimu nze bakinkolako nga ndi ku sapiensia okitegeera ne bannemesa n'okukola emirimu gyonna egiri mu layini eyo
ewundi eyo obagobera ku sapiensi obunkeeke bwajja mu media wano obumanyi.
Yes, ekyokusatu tuyinza okukola byonna n'okukusiba ne tukusiba ate nga ffe tulina diri onoosumululwa.
Wamanyi nti waliwo abantu abali mu kkomera nga tumwine yaleka abasibi
nga tebalina na musango
naye nga baliyo baga nti basibe bagundi.
Ne Kayihura namulabye ng'agamba bamuggyeko emisango naye waliwo omusajja gwe bayita Kajubi. Kayihura ye yamusiba aye teyamusibira bituufu bino ebyokutta omwana kasi besibira ebituufu.
Waliwo sitole endala
waliwo sitole endala eri emabega w'okusibwa kwa Kajubi. Kajubi taliva mugundi tagenda kuva mukomera
ogaye nti etwaliramu ettaka lya kyaki.
Lwaki? Kubanga yamusiba comrade. Kati bakomuledi abo balaba bakomuledi abo sigenda kumenya mannya naye bakomuledi balina endagaano yaabwe
notabala
nange siri kutabaala kyokola nti waliwo komuledi munnaabwe yadde nga abadde azoganya naye bizinesi tezibadde zigala zitambula
kulwoba komuledi
komuledship amaanyi ge batadde ku Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu wadde ng'oli naye abadde ateekebwako amaanyi si ge bamuteekako. Wabeerawo gye bayita window wayinza okugamba
nti musajja mumuleke
tuyiye abasirikale ewe bonna ogenda okuwulira nti ali mu wino ali akyamisana nti abanga ate kati taliyeeka ali eno ne badduka emisingo
akatuli kasigaddewo
comrade. Kati comradeship eyo wadde nga comrade munnaabwe musibe balina bye batakwatako tebakwata ku famire tebakola ku famire tebakola ku byabugagga byabwe era bisigalawo nga bitambula nga bwe byandibadde bitambula. Byebibuuzo ebyo kati abantu bye batandise ogamba oba ntegeera kyebunyonyola kyobulaba nti sayidi eno gye batategeera bulungi tebakuwa mwaganya
ogezaako kulingiza bbali
n'akatono naye nga buli ogassa Uganda bo weebuli obwabwe ate tosobola kukiyingiramu because gwe toli omu ku bo oba okitegeera comradeship eyo nekola ki nesigala nga bweri. So omuvubuka atuuka mu State House namugamba genda osayininge transport $1.5 million. Kati wasayiningira ng'amubuuza ndowooza nti bakunyonnyodde enkola bw'ebeera ataano gasigala wano kweyo tebo ogenda n'emu ate siggwe ogikwata nti bagikuweera awo waliwo agenda okukuvuga akutuuse woogenda okufunira nga baloga nti tax ekwongerayo ewammwe
wakuweera.
Kaakati in a nutshell agenda okutuuka ku City Square alinye ezimutwala emukono
gyasula
nga ku $1.5 gye yasayinize mu State House alinako emitwalo aga kakati ne Museveni bwatyo bwali nti bagenda ne bagamba nti akuwadde $1,000,000 n'okuba engalo kyovola abantu nno bangi be bagamba nti Museveni abawadde ssente ate bali bubi nnyo n'okusinga be batawangako kubanga babawa ssente mu kifaananyi ne zivaayo mu buntu ne zitabatuukako nga bwe zibaweereddwa. Eyaweereddwa $1,000,000 agenda okutuuka wali bamugamba $2,000,000 ze ziriwo ozitwala oba tozitwala. Abamu bagamba owaika ngenda neza ate naakola ki naye ng'eri aliseeyo rekodi ya $1,000,000 era Museveni yaba amanyi gwe yakumala yakusootinga
bwakulaba ng'ozzeemu okwapalanga kati ono omwana ndamukolera
yeebuuza nebannaye abantu nga tebasiima
omuntu yaŋŋamba
nemuwa obukadde 10 namubuuza oyagala meka nti 10
nenkimuwa
kati ate aleetezati okuŋŋamba nti nno ekizibu kyasigalawo zigenda okumutuukako okuleka nga Museveni akyusiza mu nkola n'agamba nti ayise banka manager n'atuula wali ne mukaanya naawe nti Julius akuwadde mmeka kyakokyezaayo 2 wayalinda naye ne bwe zinaagendayo wali babulooka bano olina obbajjamu oba oyagala oba toyagala otabajjamu bakujjamu
Yesu. Kati bana batuzimbirako bazimba mukka.
Abamu bafunayo kati ayagala okusigaza 10 asaba 8 ng'akimanyi zinaagenda okuntuukako nga zenjagala zenfuna be bagezigezi mukko ne bana babeera excited towuliranga ku Museveni waliwo kati abakaaba abaana baava mu Nuupu bazibaga gato bamusuubiza akamotoka talabanga yadde omupiira gw'eggaali bazanyusa bamusuubiza emmotoka Alex nakati agirengera bulengezaga oba yeyadwadde eyange musajja gubala mu gubinyi
Alex.
Motoka tumanyi Alex motoka gibadde Alex
gye bamusuubiza. Alex gye mmanyi gy'ogamba waliwo Alex ekikeeki.
Alex obutono
ke bamusuubiza.
Bali bagenda mwaka Alex bamweyo miliyoni ndowooza 10 ngulire ne kompyuta bamukolere office bagikolako naye babyakira wasimanyi
ka Alex
kali kamumala ye kati olaba ono gwe bawe ennene alina amafuta gayinza ogitambuliramu waliwo gwe bagiwa naye nakati tagitambulirangamu bukyanga bagimuwa tagitambulirangamu kiringa kikolimo
nga bamutyoboola nnyo naawe
okumu Alex
transfer forms eziva mu kifo nga bwe yali yenkana nga Alex ekutwala
lwaki dino wandibadde nga bamu Alex naye ng'agifunye yagifuna n'okugifuna teyagifuna nze nalabako ekiwandiiko waliwo omukulu ajjukiza nti kati bano tulina obbajjamu twali tubagambye tubasubizaayo emmotoka kati ono kwaliko ndowooza amannya 3 nga bajjukiza President Museveni
nkuzaayo wali eyo kaadi bw'obadde onyonyola ng'onyonyola nti abantu bano tebatwagala tebatufumbirwa tebatuwasa obwo si busosoze
batusosola nnyo nga gyenkomeza
mmwe temubasosola
tetubasosola n'akamu
mubo tabasosola mukukyogera just okukirumiza olumiriza nti batusosola oba okuma muliro nti naffe tubasosola
omuntu ng'akwagala bagamba nti kyokusiga kyokola ki
kyokungula
bw'osiga okwagala
era ofuna kwagala
bw'osiga obukyayi
okungula bukyayi
kakati lwaki olowooza nti gojja kunteekamu embeera ey'okunsiigeko nga siririna nze nkwagale
nze kusiige perfume
onkojobyeko nze nga ntandika kwekombeera
nange bebali
ng'onkojobyeko nange omukojo bwe gunkwata nga nange mpiisuula awo nenkupiisuulira naawe nontegeera gwe abantu bano okubalaga nti naffe tukooye by the way tulina ate okubalaga nti tukooye because tukooye batukoze buli kintu ekirina okugyayo obusungu bwaffe naye ffe mu butonde bwaffe ne mu buwangwa bwaffe Katonda yatutonda nga tumanyi okweteesa emmeeme yaffe efumba nnyo kitwandiisa ekigambo ne tukakkana
Junior tewaliwo bantu bali bubi nga baabwe
gye bali
abatunda obunyeebwa n'abatembe obugundi toilet paper mu jaamu abantu abo abamu nga si bambega kuba mulimuko bwe tumanyi nga bambega ne mubaamu gw'osanga nga wabooda mu butuufu ng'embeera mutadde ku kigi kya takisi sigamba nti yajjako kubega naye embeera we namutuuza abo bo mubalowoolezaki
anti era nga bw'ogamba Katonda olaba Katonda omulaba alina abantu be yatonda nga yabawa emikono amaaso amagulu emitwe nga talina kyajula naye ng'ate omulema ali bulungi okusinga ono atalinaako obulema bwonna abo balikira Katonda ate kati oba ogenda bakolera ki
nako omusajja nkuwa esimu nanga bannange nsaba mutuyambe ye nampa no version eyiye nanga nti nfe tuli banankole naye ensi bw'eba etukuba egamba nti mmwe abanankole mutukola ki mutuli obubi n'afundikira nga nti naffe tuli bubi nnyo
bali bubi ate nnyo
awaffe wabi nnyo ne be bawa ebifo bw'aba ku poliisi tuli nnyo mu poliisi naye era ffe batuwa osi operations bwekubakukwata Besigye oba kukwata Kyagulanyi gw'ogenda wali
erinnya lyo life
ensi nekulaba ng'akulagira tali wano
abeera ku lukomo lwa simu anti kati mulimu ebintu biringa 2 oba 3 ffe tulowooza nti ab'omu west be batufuga
tukitwala lumu ne tugatta abakiga baki bonna kolido yonna netujituza
naye waliwo kakiriki
akawigente
akagenda ketoolerwako ensonga eno kebayita akabahima
kekayiga embogo
kakati waliwo ne bana abalala abatonotono si bonna abatonotono bewandigambye nti awo twali ne taata we ne babaleeta ne babeeramu naye nga okusingira ddala bannakalyakaani bali mu layini eyo gyetwandise eyabahima eyabahima bebasinga abo bebasinga okubeera obulungi nti oli ne bwabadde ove basobola omuteeka mu state house n'abeera mu kifo ekirina okubeeramu omuntu ali mu wino ayimba engoye naye ng'ate obusobozi oba obuyigiriza abulina naye oli ne bamuteekawo olwokuba nti yalina okubeerawo because wekirina okubeera era ne bano bogambye ne mu lubiri osobola okusangayo omwana nga yawenga
ekituufu
so
bini olina dakika mekaawo njagala emu njagala musajja ono kumpa ku version ya musango gwe yagulubiramu naye eddakiika temmala temmala ngenda kola shi endala simanyi oba odduka mangu oba
tuwe eddakiika 3 oba
yaga kwogera ku musango
sibulirawo tuwe eddakiika endala
basabo ne banyabo omusajja ono kansooke mu mute wano politics amwogezaako busungu manye ensonga lwaki amwogezaako busungu
naye ate neeno tewedde
era
kuba
obusungu olina bungi nnyo junior manye ensonga lwaki olina bungi nnyo nti walaba ku nsi bweteekeddwa okubeera otegete
nze obuzibu enyina obumanyi mbaddeko e China mbaddeko e London mbaddeko e South Africa mbaddeko e Canada olaba obuzibu enina
comparison eyo wojja noga naye wakiri tubeereko nga China notuukayo noga naye nedda wakiri South Africa nayo
gwekimanyi bwogenda e China oyinza ogamba e Canada toilet
junior kyembadde nkusuubira okungamba okirese maybe tokyagadde bwagazi naye manyi nti okimanyi ti nze guno omwaka ndoza muga mugwokuna nabadde Mombasa nabadde mu Nairobi nabazemu ennaku 2 neninya train nengenda e Mombasa nenvaayo nenkomawo eka naye nalabye Nairobi naye Uganda ne bwetuuka ku Nairobi status Kampala n'atuuka ku status ya Nairobi nti kyetufaanaganya Nairobi kiri kimu bubbi oyogera wali mutuufu nnyo kyetufaanaganyamu bubbi bunyakuzi bwa ssimu na birala naye ebisigadde baatuleka dda
omanye ensonga lwaki ezo ensi zifugibwa bannansi abalina adresi mu nsi eyo naye Uganda bweba tefunye pulezidenti alina adresi kino kibagamba tukyakaaba nnyo sina kyenyongera ku ekyo
tubeere bulungi mweraba tukomawo omusajja agenda kudda nga mpulira ku nsonga ndala nnyo si politics.
Are you an African living in the diaspora, America, Canada, UK, Australia and Germany? You're still working 2 to 3 jobs, working long hours, overtime, weekends and holidays, no time to spend with your family? It is time to take charge of your life. Introducing online business. Work from home or anywhere in the world. Spend time with your loved ones as well as working at the comfort of your home. You don't need any experience. We have coaches to take you through step by step. Don't be skeptical. This business is legit. For more information, visit www.d-flax.com or WhatsApp or call on +1 925 214 3563. Online business.
Eight days to the hotly contested 2017 general election, the body of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission ICT manager Chris Musando would surface at a forest in Kikuyu, Kiambu County.
In our mind as a commission, the only issue is who killed him and why. And that's a question that must be answered.
Musando was the face of technology at the IEBC, the man in charge of the data, electronic register, KIMS kits and the IEBC portal to which results were to be relayed.
A system that is simple, verifiable and auditable.
His gruesome murder, a week to a high-stakes general election, raised political temperatures and heightened tensions in the country, sparking fears of more ominous developments in that election.
That no effort was made to camouflage this killing as an accident shows the determination of the killers to send a chilling message that they will stop at nothing to ensure the outcome they desire.
That then tells you that no one is safe, in essence, whatever capacity you're holding.
I put in my best team, and if the need be, we'll seek support from elsewhere.
5 years on, the much publicized investigation that promised to bring to book his killers has seemingly gone cold. But the country appears to have moved on, with yet another election now in the offing.
From as far back as August 2017, the police department was aware that a personal assistant to a senior IEBC official had been tasked with trailing the movements of Chris Msando's motor vehicle. The police department was further aware that Msando had feared for his life and made several reports at the Central Police Station. The National Intelligence Service, headquartered in Muthaiga, had briefed that the men who waylaid, kidnapped, tortured and murdered Chris Msando were in fact with him at the entertainment joint on Koinange Street. But even those 3 leads have never been investigated. I am Brian Obuya. Logging out Msando begins now.
Christopher Chege Msando was the man who oversaw key ICT processes, including the audit of the Register of Voters and the Data Center project. Chris Msando became the man to watch in the election that deeply relied on technology. Essentially, he was the project manager for the electronic transmission of results for the 2017 presidential elections, streaming in from the 47 counties. Msando was one of the few people with almost unfettered access to the highly sensitive results transmission system introduced by besieged French company Safran Haute Morpho that has since changed its name to Edemia. The company had been single-sourced by the IEBC to deliver the Kenya Integrated Election Management System KIEMS in a 6 billion Kenya shillings contract. The Otimofo deal itself was so controversial that the Parliamentary Accounts Committee on 24th April 2019 blacklisted the company and recommended its total ban from Kenya for at least 10 years. Msando was described as an honest man, transparent in sharing the loopholes and the strongholds in the ICT system that was going to become the do or die of the 2017 polls. In May 2017, his boss James Muhati was sent home on allegations of not cooperating with the auditors supposed to audit the ICT system. Msando took over as the manager of the ICT infrastructure, the IEBC, and with that, his role became more pronounced.
This is a public matter.
Chris was now the man in the Kenyan media, assuring the public of the integrity of the then upcoming elections and the proficiency of the later to become a doomed and damned electronic voting system.
In this election, the resource management is going to be very transparent, very open, and very accountable.
He was not mincing his words. It was clear that he understood his job.
We invest in technology heavily because of trust. Not because of anything else, it's just because of trust. Can you imagine Dibal, Governor Kidero running elections? Will Sonko agree to those results? If Governor Kidero's people run those elections here, it's because of trust. We don't trust each other, therefore.
If he's running as an incumbent?
Yes. And that is what happens in the United States.
Will you trust that particular results?
Well, that is the question we need to be asking ourselves, all of us.
The ICT department would later be placed back in the hands of Muhati. His suspension had come to an end informally. The commission that publicly sent him home somehow did not tell the public about his silent return. Everything will go quiet at the anniversary towers until Friday, July 28, 2017. Msando did not go back home. From there, everything was happening so fast. On Saturday 29th, his body was quietly registered as unknown at the city mortuary at 11:25 a.m. This even as his family went about the business of finding Chris. Then on Sunday, the commission officially released a statement declaring that its ICT manager Chris Msando was missing. Midday Monday, the commission officials and Msando's family were flocking the city mortuary where his body had by now been identified.
We learned with shock the killing and murder of our employee, Chris Msando. There's no doubt that he was tortured and murdered. I know post-mortem will be done. In our mind as a commission, the only issue is who killed him and why. And that's a question that must be answered.
It was gloomy. I mean, we were looking at each other, not knowing, of course, what happened. And you recall a couple of days we couldn't hear from him, and it added to the tension. And eventually, you know, when we were told there is a body there, then we had to rush there. We went and city mortuary. We saw it. It was a gloomy day for us, you know. Some of us shed tears at that time.
On the cold cement slab at the city mortuary was the body of the 44-year-old ICT guru, just hours old at the dead man's facility. His body had been found in a forested area in Kikuyu, Kiambu. Msando's body had 3 deep cuts on his hand, still bleeding, marks around his neck. A post-mortem examination later indicating that the father of 4 had been tied up and strangled to his death by powerful hands. In the morning, he was on NTV's AM live show dissecting the electoral process before appearing on KTN News at 6 p.m. through 7 p.m.
Mitambo iko sawa kabisa, nangoja tarehe 8 mwezi wa Agosti.
Mashini zote ziko
zimetayarishwa. Kila kitu iko sawa, sisi tuko ready.
This interview with Houghton Irongo, the executive director of Amnesty International, is not just important because he's a human rights defender, but he was among the very last people who saw Msando alive.
The death of Chris Msando, you know, personally wounded me because I was with him on a breakfast show that morning. The night he died, I actually was in a studio, and it probably was an NTV studio. And I listened to this man very comprehensively and very clearly explain the protection that they were taking to ensure that the election results were not hacked, and essentially what their digital security strategy was. To have him killed in the way that he was killed really deeply wounded me. And it, of course, it horrified the nation.
Actually, you recall at that time we had the actual director was away on leave, and we had just asked him to step in, and so that's why we had very close discussions and working relationship with the late, and personally it touched me as, you know, his chair. You know, it was really touching.
With Msando now a dead man, focus had shifted to the one night he was away from home. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations, at the time under Ndegwa Muhoro, promising that no stone would be left unturned in this high-profile investigation that hit global headlines.
I want to say that we are professional investigators. They'll pursue all leads available and possible to get to the bottom of this. I'll put in my best team, and if there need be, we will seek support from elsewhere. But I'm very confident that we have a team that is able to unravel this. They have done it before. I don't see why we can't do it now. Otherwise, I urge Kenyans not to speculate.
In a couple of hours of what police say were intense investigations, They had come up with a theory and a possible motive behind the heinous abduction and murder. It was at this point that the name of one Caroline Marianne Wairimu Ngumbu would feature prominently. And for the first time, it would be established that it was not just Msando who had been brutally taken out, but so had a young woman. Police painting the picture of a crime of passion, despite the evidence pointing to other directions. Police would eventually give a detailed chronology of the night Msando and Caroline Ngumbu were murdered, relying heavily on the CCTV cameras that had been captured at the Integrated Communication Command and Control Center at the police headquarters. The narrative showed that on Friday at about 8:50 p.m., Msando left his office at Anniversary Towers and was spotted in the company of two other persons, a male and a female, at Club 7 on Koinange Street. Msando's vehicle was captured by the cameras at the Uhuru Highway Haile Selassie Avenue roundabout at 2:24 a.m. His vehicle would again be captured a minute later at the Bunyala Road Uhuru Highway roundabout heading towards Mombasa Road. In both instances, the vehicle had two occupants, a male and female, in the front seats. 10 minutes later, at about 2:30 a.m., the vehicle was captured along Mombasa Road towards the Nyayo Stadium, now with only a male occupant in the driver's seat heading towards the city center. The sun visor dropped and not matching the frame of Chris Msando. This widely gave rise to findings that Msando and his girlfriend Caroline Ngumbu were forced into another motor vehicle at a dark spot near Mata Hospital before being murdered somewhere. At 2:47 a.m., Msando's vehicle was captured along the Ring Road Juja Road intersection towards Thika Road, being driven by an unidentified person. And this was the last time his vehicle was spotted before being found abandoned in Roysambu at midnight on Sunday. On Monday, Chris Msando and Carol Ngumbu's bodies were found at the city mortuary. The duo had been kidnapped, tortured, murdered, and later dumped in Kikuyu in Kiambu County sometime between 3 a.m. and 11 a.m. that Saturday.
The murder and the killing of Chris Msando, who was a critical player within the electoral process, remains a dark chapter in our electoral history. And it was regrettable, it was unfortunate, it was criminal. And we must keep away from those kind of occurrences. Because elections in this country are almost a matter of life and death. And therefore anything that indicates that anybody is trying to compromise elections should completely be avoided.
Elections in Kenya is a do or die activity, as most people recognize, and many of them say so. And because you are overseeing an election that is viewed to be a do or die, anybody involved in that process will always feel vulnerable.
Tucked away in Gashie, Kiambu County, the family of Marianne Wairimu Ngumbu is opening its gates to us, their first media such interview since the gruesome murders 5 years ago. And for the first time on national television, the family reveals how it almost lost its two daughters to Chris Msando's killers. A few changes have happened here, including the repainting of this gate. But many things remain the same, and they may never forget the sorrow of losing a loved one. Buried at her father's home, here lies the final resting place of Caroline Marianne Wairimu Ngumbu. Here lies the shattered dream of a young girl who looked forward to becoming one of Kenya's greatest nutritionists. Her mother says it is still a heavy burden for her.
Tangetaka kukose wala hata makelele, hakunataka hata makelele. Na ukimwambia kitu anatii. Kwa sana sana babake alikuwa anamtii sana. Hata tuliguswa sana.
Caroline Ngumbu wasn't always Caroline or Caro, as she was fondly called. Her mother says her official name was Marianne Wairimu, but she and her friends fell in love with the name Caroline and it became widely used than her real name. Sarah says her daughter was brought up well in a church setting.
Shule alikuwa anafanya vizuri, Karo hajawahi kosa kwenda shule. Hata angefukuzwa tuseme shule amefukuzwa na nini Karo. Tulikuwa tunafanya bidii tunatuma ndiye asikuja. Alikuwa hata analia akisikia atatumwa nyumbani ya Kalo aya.
A few kilometers from her mother's home is Jedida Wanjiku, or just Shiko, Caroline's elder sister. If there is someone who knew almost everything that was going on in Caroline Ngumbo's life, it was Jedida, her sister.
We grew up very well, not having any issues as sisters. She was loving, God-fearing. You know, there were like wale wasichana hata shule anafuatilia vizuri CU, alikuwa chair lady. Church, same way. She was playing part in youth service, and she was a nice girl.
The sister says it is during the period she was in Karen at the Kenya Medical Training College that Carol met Chris Msando. Their meeting was that informal. They exchanged contacts and became friends, later to elevate their friendship into something deeper than that.
Carol akatoka KMTC na alitumwa Naivasha Hospital. When she was staying in Naivasha, they would even call me with Chris. We were in Naivasha pamoja. Angempik, wakam, wakuje Nairobi. Wakifika Nairobi, maybe we meet for a few drinks ama coffee. Then, I think, hiyo ndio relationship yao najua ilianzia hapo. Na wakakuwa watu wako pamoja. If it's on a weekend, I'd call Carol, not pick, same way Chris used to do. I'd call Chris and anampatia hata simu yake, we talk. When they were going for trips na yeye, yeah. But hata yeye nilimuuliza, if you know deep down your heart, huyu mtu ako na familia, ujue unaweza kuwa ukikosea. And she told me, no, Chris, ako always available.
The mother says she knew nothing about Carol's relationship with the IEBC manager. It was the last thing she would have expected.
Hakuna kitu nilikuwa najua. Unajua ni wasichana. Wako na mabosa wao. So sikujua kitu yeyote kuhusu huyo mtu. So wakati niliona hata nikasikia wale waliniletea hapa ripoti wakaniambia ule mtu alikuwa amepotea. Sasa si alikuwa ametangazwa amepotea. Wamepatikana sijui wameuawa naka. Hata sikuamini. Nilikaa sana bila kuamini. Nilikaa sana hata bila kuamini.
Unangoja hata yeye mwenyewe akuja ajiseme. Unajua hainihusu in any way. So nilikuwa nangoja juu pia walikuwa wanaongea na mama. Venye unaweza share kitu yako walikuwa they used to share things. No. Me I expected her akuje amwambie kivi yake but si mimi. Mimi nikaona bado hajamwambia, hamwambii. Nikamuuliza una plan kuambia mama lini? Akaniambia we just take time.
The relationship between Msando and Carol had lasted for about a year before the tragedy struck. On the material day, just like in many other occasions, Carol had called Shiko and asked her to join them later that evening for a couple of drinks and merrymaking. Chris, as they called him, was coming over, and so were his friends. Chris and his friends were well known to Shiko. She had met them many times before.
Walikuwa napatana na yeye, akaniambia Chris alikuwa anaingia meeting. No, Chris akitoka meeting, alimpigia akamwambia, kuna meeting nyingine inaingia jioni. So aende pahali amngoje. Na kuna rafiki yao pia nishaiwapata pamoja, colleagues wao. So kuna huyu colleague wake mmoja, they used to hang around na yeye sana. Na akamwambia Carol is in town. Endo mkalishe kabla nimalize meeting. Na hata Carol akanipigia akaniambia, "Kwani umefika wapi? Ufiki?" Nikamwambia ngoja nakuja, acha nimalizane na client nakuja.
But that evening something, almost everything went terribly wrong.
Mimi nikakaa, simu ikaisha charge. Usha charge, sasa mimi acha nitafute charger. Nikienda kuwekewa charger I charge. I don't know what happened with my phone. Haiku charge. Sasa nikafikiria nitoke hapa niende hadi town na simu yangu iko off. Sikuwa na cash. So nilikuwa nilipia hadi na simu kama ni cap. Nikasema itakuwa hassle. Let me just go home.
On the same Friday they went?
Yeah, the same Friday. So they were actually waiting for me. Na hata venye Chris alifika, hiyo ndio time yenye sasa tuliongea nao ya mwisho. Ndio aliniambia hata Chris amefika. Uko wapi? It was around what time was it? Can I recall that? Around it was about 9 there. 9ish to 10. Yeah. Sasa hivyo ndo niliwamiss. Nilimiss kikao yetu na wao. Kama ninge show up, ningekuwa hapo. Juu mimi simu ilinisaidia ikazima.
She retired to bed, but more was to come.
Ikafika asubuhi. Asubuhi nikampigia simu. The first thing I did, vile niliamka, nilimpigia. And the phone was off. I thought, maybe hata alifika late. Simu ikazi, pia ni issue ya charger ama nini. Nikakaa. Lunch time nikapiga. Jioni nikapiga. Sasa hapo ndo nikaanza kuwa uneasy. Kumpigia mteja. Now on Sunday, all along, mimi hata siangalia ati news, ati nione breaking news, Chris is missing, you know. Sasa hapo ndo walianza kusema Chris is missing. And sure, ningejua even that's why my sister's phone was off. Now I had to call Chris. Kumpigia, simu yake ikaenda mteja pia. Sasa hapo nilitense. Nikashindwa ni nini. Nikakaa nikiwajaribu. Na hakuna mtu anajua hii story isipokuwa mimi. Mimi ndio nilimit Chris. Karo aliniintroduce kwa Chris. Sasa nitaenda kuambia wazazi wangu aje. Ama nitawapigia niwaambie Karo simu yake imekuwa mteja na mtu mwenye walikuwa na yeye iko mteja pia. You know. Now nilikuwa confused. Ndio now on Monday decide Monday sasa nitaenda kuambia at least hata kama it's my mom ama my another cousin of mine hata ndio alinipeleka huko. Monday sasa nikaingia online. Kuingia online nikaanza kuona Chris is missing. Kuendelea nikaona Chris is found with an unknown female body next to him. I screamed. Nikalia, nikapiga nduru juu. Sasa sikuwa na la kufanya. Nikajua direct that's my sister. Even without asking, without anything, nilijua tu. That was my sister.
Unlike her daughter, Sarah was following the news. The prayerful woman she is, she said a prayer for the random family man whose disappearance was all over the news, praying for Sando's safe return to his family.
Ni maombi tu nilianza kuomba. Baadaye sikujua ati mtoto wangu amehusikana na huyo mtu. Sasa nilikuja kustuka, hata mshangao mkubwa sana ilinishika.
And my mom was like, "Woi, Aki, si pia ni anakaa tu ni baba ya mtu. Aki Mungu tu muallocate na familia yake. Aki vile vitu zina happen huku siku hizi bad news, Aki Mungu tu mrudishe kwake." Na hakujua kuna uhusiano ilikuwa ama anything. Lakini she prayed and said, "Woi, Mungu mrudishe nyumbani salama."
Jedida, not sure what to tell the mother, picked a close friend and went to City Mortuary. All this while her parents are not aware that their daughter is missing, let alone that she could have had anything to do with the poll agency official.
We were to pay viewing fee for about 500 or so. My friend paid na wakaandamana hadi na yeye uko ndani. Kufika nilisikia rafiki yangu ameanza kupiga nduru. Karo, Karo, Karo. Mimi nikajua basi sister yangu. At this time hakuna mtu anajua. Hata media bado wanasema wanamweka tu like unknown. Hakuna mtu alijua ni nani, hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua kenye ina happen.
But the most difficult assignment yet awaited Shiko.
To break the news nyumbani. My dad anaendanga kazi, my mom pia kwa nyumbani, she's a farmer. Now nilishindwa nianzie wapi na nimalizie wapi.
After it was confirmed that Caro had died together with Msando under similar yet unclear circumstances, the family says a lot was going on. The village was talking, and so was social media, treating the family to its first and unprecedented levels of cyberbullying.
The following day, I know after kuamka, message za WhatsApp, sijui hata watu kwenye wanapata namba zangu, Facebook, Instagram. It was terrible. Yani, I was funguliaing those things and I was just crying. I had to pull down all my social media accounts, my Instagram, my Facebook. Nikazi pull down because singe stand.
The family of Carol Ngombo says they may have healed, but they are yet to move on. Her mother says she still questions why her daughter's death was treated with little regard, yet the 21-year-old was, according to her, not the target of the highly coordinated murder.
Now, after we went and they recorded our statement, since then, we've never heard from them. Nothing at all, till to date.
Sasa wakati wa serikali, kwa maana tulisikia ule upande mwingine waliwaangalia. Sasa sisi na walikuwa, sasa ndio nilisema hapo kweli mnyonge hana haki, maana sisi hakuna mtu alitufuata, na wale walifuatwa na wakafanyiwa mambo yao yenye walikuwa wanataka, wakafanyiwa. Sisi tuliwekwa tu hivyo kwa giza, yani tuko bado kwa giza.
5 years on, there are still no answers from the DCI or any other state agency on what really happened on Friday, July 28th, 2017.
Surely with a professional police service and a professional and effective government, we would have some closure on this matter. But I think his widow remains completely bereft by not even knowing who it is that took the life of her husband. And the nation does not know who took the life of an elections official that was handling a very sensitive part of the elections.
You need not be an expert like myself. It bothers anyone, specifically because this particular state has the muscle to investigate adequately. We have seen them flex their muscles here and there, and we wonder why we would pick and choose when to flex. If this muscle is available, then why is it not being applied, standardized, in a standardized manner? Because then Msando is like any other Kenyan. And we know for a fact that based on the Constitution, Article 26, everyone should enjoy their right to life. And if that particular person could not enjoy, then it means that anyone cannot enjoy. Further, given that particular way in which this person lost their life, and the way in which the state has handled that particular case, then you lose trust in the state, which is the holder of the duty to offer full enjoyment of the right to life as well as security, and then it cascades to the judiciary, because then we see that in essence nothing will ever be done, and yet we know that justice should be our shield and our defender.
We must prepare for accountability, for holding to account all those involved in electoral offences. That will send a clear message that we won't tolerate any interference with the integrity of our electoral process.
As most players question the existence of an investigation and, if any, the pace of it, the police say the probe is still active.
That's part of our past, and we keep on learning from our past. For us, the case of Musando was a very sad incident. Is actively under investigations by the DCI, so I can't really go into that. But for me, all I can say is just to offer, in terms of reassurance, to offer the commitment of the National Police Service to IBC, its officials, all contenders, and all Kenyans at large.
Msando's family is still too traumatized to speak about the issue, saying in previous interviews that they have left the killers in the hands of God.
Mawaj sirkand Kenya odhiero wanga aonge tag sirkal ma Kenya gowach ana dwaro ngabna no mark ngat maneno nego Chris oteri court Chris owe nyithindo matindo to nyithindo go thagore to gin to nyithindgi chiemo maber. Chris no kokoso no kokwali Kenya. Chris no dhi somo sombe ne gindiko Chris ni Chris odhi kanyo mondo odhi oti maber bosomo sombe to ndiko gik manene gidwaro ne Chris otimo nigi ang'o mane inego Chris to kose ka ne gineno ni Chris rach ne kigiriembe ne ginege nang'o ne giriembe to oduogo na an wuon go mahere kata rach.
In Gashie, Carol's mother, a peasant farmer, is opening up on the double tragedy that befell this humble family in a rural village. They say they not only lost a daughter, but also felt abandoned and neglected as senior government officials and other leaders directed all their attention to Chris Msando's murder. His widow, Eva Buyu, was later appointed to sit on the board of the Export Processing Zone Authority, EPZ. Carol's family says all they want is justice for the young woman who appears to have paid the ultimate price in a war that was not hers.
Kwa maana nilisomesa mtoto wangu hata loans zingine nilikuwa nimekopa nililipa baada yake kufariki. So nilikuwa na hard time tukiwa na baba yake sana. Juu tulikuwa tumejitolea kabisa. Sasa kutoka hapo mimi ningetaka serikali inifuatilie na wajue huyu alikuwa mtoto na hata kama angesoma hata angeenda na asaidie tena serikali ama asaidie wananchi at least ile gap niko nayo. Kwa maana hata ile swali yangu ni vile nimekuelezea baada hapo bereni. Wale vile waliongea walisikika na mimi sijasikika hata pahali. Ama nisikie mtu ameniambia Mama Karo hivi na hivi tutakufanyia hivi na hivi.
I think Brian, our biggest concern here is even about Msando's family. Because alikuwa na familia and they were young. And I believe one day the kids will ask, Daddy alienda wapi? They also need answers. As much as we need them, at least the government condoled with them. The mother got a state job. And as much as they need answers, they're in a better position now, I think so. And here there is Carol. Carol and Chris, they were different people. And I think maybe that's why waliwatreat wakiwa watu tofauti. Because Carol didn't work for government. Maybe that's why. I'm not saying, maybe that's why. And it's so unfair. Because pia Carol ni mtu. She's also human.
Right to life is right to life, irrespective of who you are. And that's why we have Prevention of Torture Act, we have Persons Deprived of Liberty Act, because then we are saying whether you are a capital offense person who has been charged and you're serving life, you still enjoy the right to life, right? You still access health services, you still get to see your family, you enjoy a few rights that the law in itself can never take away from you. So by extension, when we are looking at the murder of Carol Ngumbu, and that no one talks about it, and that no one is angry enough or strong enough to even address it, is a question that we need to be very concerned about. It is sad, further, that we even pull the sex or gender card when it comes to someone's life. That in itself is a question that then we need to look into.
Msando had exuded confidence that electoral loopholes in the electronic system had been sealed and that no ghosts would wake up to vote on the election date.
What we are putting in place as a commission is to ensure that we identify and mitigate all the risks that are out there in terms of technology and breach of systems. We are alive to the fact that those breaches are happening right now.
The death of the father of four threw the credibility of the general election into question and raised political temperatures.
Tunataka tujue IBC kama watahakikisha uchaguzi unaokuja utakuwa wa haki, kwa sababu wakiiba safari hii Kenya haitakubali.
At the center of the murder investigation was a heated political anger, featuring among other players Gatundu South Member of Parliament Moses Kuria. Immediately news of the death of the ICT manager Chris Msando broke, focus sharply shifted to a Facebook post made hours earlier by the legislator. It is during Msando's disappearance that Kuria posted an image of the IEBC official's car that was found parked in a Roysambu estate.
I've had to live with a barrage of innuendos, accusations and suspicions that linked me to the disappearance and the death of Chris Msando.
In the said post, he described the late electoral official as an idiot who was busy enjoying a sweet time with a female companion at a time when Kenyans were busy looking for him. That Facebook post caused an uproar and put the lawmaker on the spot. The post has since been pulled down, but it forced the legislator, who is now running for governor in Kiambu, to break his silence.
We called the OCPD of Kasarani police station even before we went to the scene, and we told him, Bona OCPD, we have received this call from these people that this vehicle that has been circulated as missing has been found. What we have encountered is daily accusations, and you know, we are human, and myself, I'm a leader, and I'm a parent, I'm a father, and it's not good, and I want this statement to put a stop forthwith to any further association of myself with this particular issue.
The opposition painted a picture of an election that had been electronically stolen through an algorithm.
Despite our grave concern about the implications of this murder and other recent developments, NASA would like to re-emphasize and reiterate its commitment to participate in the general election on the 8th of August.
And to the polls they went. The second most controversial election in Kenyan history was taking place. With the technology whose lead manager had been assassinated at work, the opposition would later argue that the Chebukati-led commission had compromised itself and the system, leading the country to a long-standing and intense litigation that sought to set aside the election results. IEBC and Uhuru Kenyatta's lawyers facing difficult questions from inside the chambers of Kenya's highest court.
There were no security features required on these forms?
It is not a requirement of the law.
It is not a requirement of the law?
No.
But did these forms have security features?
Yes.
So meaning if they had, they all should have?
Abundance of caution.
Yeah.
The commission, out of abundance of caution,
yes,
are the ones who designed the security features.
Okay.
Yes. And my Lord, we have explanations. It's just that there wasn't enough time. Because when you scan a copy, you can actually lose some of the security features. But what I'm saying,
Mr. Mita, before
is
you
that
move,
the forms
Mr. Mita,
34... Yes.
Before you move.
Yes, my Lord.
How do you explain Nyali in that form?
and the serial number, or lack of it.
Yes, there is no serial number, that's admitted.
What does that mean?
If I had time, I would take instructions. But if you go to the next column.
My question is this.
Yes.
Where a candidate, where a voter collects the 6 ballots.
Yes.
Because the assumption is we will be given all 6.
Yes, you're given all 6.
And you want to vote for only one candidate.
Yes.
Where do the other 5 ballot papers go? It's a very simple question.
That's what I answered the leadership. That the law, and I think the regulations actually make it quite clear, that even having been given the 6, and even with the color coding that the ballot boxes have, and the ballots themselves have, room is still created for what your leadership correctly called the stray ballot, which is a correct ballot placed in the wrong box. Now, when you look at the regulations and you decide to do your ruling, you will find that those stray ballots are kept in a separate envelope by themselves, according to the rules. Yes.
Mr. Macharia?
Yes, my lord.
You are still not answering the question.
Yes.
You walk into a polling booth.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5
yes.
are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6,
yes,
but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No, 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 no.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6.
2 weeks later, for the very first time in the history of Africa, and only the 4th time in the world, the Supreme Court reached the dramatic verdict, throwing out the entire presidential election on, among other issues, a controversy over servers which the commission was accused of refusing to open despite the court's clear directives.
A declaration is hereby issued that the presidential election held on 8th August 2017 was not conducted in accordance with the Constitution and the applicable law, rendering the declared results invalid, null, and void. Number 2, a declaration is hereby issued that the 3rd respondent was not validly declared as the president-elect, and that the declaration is invalid, null, and void.
The nullification of the presidential vote was widely seen by some as a vindication of the claims by the Raila Odinga-led opposition that technology had been used to compromise the election and that Msando's death was somehow part of that scheme.
One thing I can assure you, and I've said this before, we worked with MOFO very closely. At no point did they give us passwords, or because the claims were that passwords were given to some of the officers, or the late Chris had passwords. No password was given to any officer before the eve of the election.
But then again, it changed the whole environment, right? Because someone as senior as that, having his whole livelihood and his whole essence in terms of being an expert practitioner in that level being taken away just like that. And, you know, there are other people who died also, you know, because of that particular incident, set a tone of we will do whatever it is that we want to do, and we will craft it as we would wish to, and there's nothing you'll do about it. And so you cascade that to the general mwananchi, or rather, you know, the the everyday Wanjiku, and it raises eyebrows. It's a dangerous situation. It's very slippery. And up until today, we have not had any formidable, formal complaint made to any court of law, either national, regional, or international. That then tells you that no one is safe, in essence, whatever capacity you're holding, whether you're working for the state itself or not, then we would do whatever it is that we want to do, and there's no recuse for you in any legislative framework, be it national or regional. That's an alarming situation, and I would want that everyone feels the pinch, because we have more skin in the game than we like to admit. No one is safe. Even, I mean, a journalist, an expert like myself in human rights, anyone who vouches for right to life or security of the person, in essence, is exposed.
As the country grappled with the gravity of Msando's killing and its impact, it would emerge that the IEBC official had feared for his life and made reports to police several times. He showed friends and colleagues the chilling, threatening messages that he had received. And despite making official reports, no measures were taken to address his security concerns. In 2018, Msando's mother showed the media letters she had written to ambassadors of the US and UK asking for help in solving the puzzle of her son's death. In a January 28, 2018 letter to the US Embassy, she wrote, "We are now seeking for independent intervention of international investigators who had offered to help to unravel the killers of Chris." And in a January 29, 2018 letter to the British High Commissioner, she wrote, "We are disappointed at the slow pace this investigation has taken, with no one being prosecuted so far for this heinous crime. The release of the suspect so far arrested has dampened our spirits." Both U.S. Ambassador at the time Robert Godek and British High Commissioner Nick Haley had replied with a similar message that they had offered to help investigate the murder, but they were not welcomed by the Kenyan government. And here is what the government spokesperson Eric Kiraithe had to say when that question was posed at him.
To call FBI and whatever, who else, and Mossad and whatever, it's very easy, but the government has no intention to use such actions to manage perception.
It remains unclear why the Kenyan government has never accepted any international help to assist in unraveling the murder of Chris Msando and Carol Ngombo, despite the lack of progress in investigations by Kenyan detectives.
State complicity. Simple. The death was not a normal death. The circumstances under which she died were not easy to understand. And at the end of the day, there were no investigations. 2 words: state complicity.
In 2020, Dr. Roslina Kombe, a former IEBC commissioner, posted a tweet that suggested internal complicity at the commission in Chris Msando's murder, saying, "Painful that instead on this day 3 years ago, your own colleagues led you to the slaughterhouse. Like Judas, they sold you for 30 cents. The former commissioner has been dishing out a series of tweets within the last 5 years of Chris Msando's murder mystery. The recent one being Friday, July 28, 2022, exactly 5 years after the gruesome murder. Akombe tweeted that it's been 5 years since Chris Msando was handed to his brutal killers to thwart efforts of delivering a credible election in Kenya, and that though his betrayers have been rewarded and electoral integrity remains in peril, Akombe further tweets that justice will be served no matter how long it takes. Akombe fled the country in October 2017, resigning mid-air just 8 days before a crucial repeat presidential election, citing threats to her life, a month after the annulment of the August 8, 2017 election results. Observers say the many clues given about the murder over the years should have led to a breakthrough by now.
You know, when you get into these murky things, like they say in politics, you better, mnasema kwa Kiswahili yaliyopita si ndwele tugange ajabu, because if you touch it, you're going to touch raw nerves, and those raw nerves are willing to speak what they also know, maybe like what Sudi was saying, and then it will just implode from within, and it will just be a serious security problem for the country. Towards state complicity, and that's why nothing was followed, no investigations, nobody was arrested, and nobody wanted to talk.
IEBC officials say election seasons such as this brings back the chilling memories of that gruesome yet unresolved murder.
Well, it's scary. Don't forget, I was the chair of ICT, and I was working closely with Chris, and you feel, are you the next, you know? And I remember during that week, sometimes, you know, I just put off my phone. I don't even get any calls. Sometimes you don't sleep where you are sleeping. You just, so all the time you are looking over your shoulder, you know. It's very scary. And a lot of staff do feel scared, you know, by such, when such incidents, unfortunate incidents happen.
If you look at even our staff in the commission, especially ICT and election, they are now frightened because of so many, you see in this, most of the media, I mean the press, the gutter press are, you see their photos on all of these gutter presses, social media posts.
Okay.
And it's coming at this time where now our staff are afraid. Don't forget, it was around this time on the 28th of July, 5 years ago, when our ICT staff was murdered. And this then becomes a very, very frightening moment.
You have to look over your shoulders all the time. And we avoid going to anybody. In fact, since I joined the commission, I have little friends that I visit. My work is office, house, office, house. Because if you go to a place and you are seen with a politician who happens to be your friend, then you become the talk of the town, that umeingia mfuko ya fulani, umeingia mrengo hii, mrengo ile. So personally, and I think my colleagues also feel so, the safest thing is, for the timing, let me shun my friends and remain or keep to yourself until the crazy season is over.
For Caroline Gumbu's family, the government can yet do its duty of getting to the bottom of why someone would snuff life out of their daughter and get away with it.
The reason why wako kuja kwetu kutuelezea what happened, I don't know. And the least they would have done is at least hata kuita a public inquest whereby at least tungepata answers moja mbili, na pia wangeshindwa wangekuja watuambie, cause pia naamini si cases zote zinapatanga suluhisho.
The family insists that the failure to constitute even a public inquest spoke volumes about the government's possible knowledge of who may have killed the duo. The farthest the DCI went in investigating the murder of Chris Msando and Carol Ngumbu was to arrest Andrew Rono, an accountant at a state corporation, detaining him for 19 days before the court ordered for his release. Rono was Msando's landlord, and they had exchanged the harsh words over 9 months before his murder. A 17-year-old pupil was also arrested in Migori with a phone that was reportedly used to send threatening messages to the ICT manager. The court ordered for her release since police could not link her to the phone or any wrongdoing. Police never paraded 3 people they claimed to have arrested in tracing Msando's last movements before his killing. The police account of his vehicle's movement remains disputed by several other accounts that the slain IEBC officer could have been waylaid by his killers. The murder of Chris Msando was not the only one that rocked the Electoral Commission in 2017. The body of a middle-aged female teacher who was a deputy presiding officer with the IEBC was discovered in a thicket at Sega Trading Center in Siaya County. The body was that of Miss Caroline Odiga, found by residents who were on their way to attend the burial of Chris Msando in Lifunga village. Her murder is yet to be fully investigated. With another election days away, the safety of the Electoral Commission's officials has come into sharp focus, especially with both sides of the political divide accusing the other of having insiders within IEBC or intimidating the commission. With the daunting task of delivering a credible election ahead, the ghosts of a Supreme Court judgment haunting it, several court rulings appearing to question its fairness, IEBC is racing against time to take Kenyans to another election. But for the family of Christopher Chege Msando and Caroline Marianne Wairimu Ngumbu, it's a different question. Where is justice for their kin 5 years on? Brian Obuya, NTV. A fight for retrenchment benefits has spiraled into a complex legal tussle at a government parastatal.
We are suffering, yet somebody is using what really belongs to us.
What we are pursuing is the truth. We want to know the truth, how this money was paid, how much was paid.
Documents in our possession reveal a complex saga involving a string of lawyers and managers on the one end and tens of desperate retrenchees on the other.
Sisi tuko na shida, tunanyeshewa, penye tuliwacha mvua inanyesha kwa manyumba, watoto hawajasoma vizuri na pesa ziko. Si wangetupea tusomeshie watoto ama tujengee ka nyumba hivi tukae ndani na watoto.
Lake basins are rot. There are a lot of funny things that have been done to us.
Mind-boggling legal twists and turns and a well-orchestrated scheme that has left many in poverty and depression.
Tulikuwa na ng'ombe tukauza wote mpaka sasa tulikosa pesa ya matibabu, ndipo alikufa, baba pia akafa.
The intention of that particular deal was not to involve any retrenching.
An intriguing tale of convoluted accounting and outright greed.
The people who actually did this, who schemed this, they are corrupt, they are wicked.
Dozens of millions of shillings belonging to former employees of a state agency have disappeared into thin air, and those in positions of power and responsibility deny both involvement and knowledge of the multi-million shilling scandal that has left in its wake hundreds of desperate retirees. But the evidence will show the underhand dealings of a well-crafted scheme whose true depth is just emerging, with pointed questions into the whereabouts of the millions of shillings. And we begin to answer some of those questions, at least in part, with accusing fingers pointed right at the man who was supposed to act in the best interest of the then employees. I am Brian Obuya, and this episode of NTV Investigates, that we could only title The Lake Basin Mafia, begins this minute. The fate of at least 100 million shillings from a government parastatal is the subject of our investigation. A complex saga with lawyers and top managers as its key characters.
not to excuse.
This is Raymond Omolo, at the time the Lake Basin Development Authority's managing director.
With so many funny stories.
Michael O'Cook, the state agency's legal manager. Eliakim Owala, a lawyer and former state agency employee. Joseph Musomba is a lawyer at Kulecho Musomba Advocates. Clifford Obiero Otieno is an ex-legal officer of the state agency. Olel Onyango Ingutia and Otieno Yogo Ojuro Advocates, law firms based in Kisumu. They are the prime moves at the heart of a $1 million shilling scandal in which former employees complain of losing their very livelihoods. The Lake Basin Development Authority, LBDA, was founded as a national government development agency in August 1979. The agency was established to provide a vehicle for speedier, more meaningful and coordinated development in the Kenyan part of the Lake Victoria Basin. In 2002, things took a turn for the worse. In that year, the government was restructuring, and as a result, 25,783 civil servants across state institutions were sent on early retirement. Those affected included the LBDA, with up to 171 of its employees retrenched from the parastatal.
It's a rotten place.
Maurice Kalari Odero is one of those who were sent packing at the time.
One day, you are suddenly summoned abruptly with the information that nobody should leave the office, that there was some important information to be given to us. By around midday, thereabout, head of departments, the HOD, had a meeting. They just came with the letters suddenly, and they were distributing letters. And these were letters for dismissal or retrenchment. Surely, I want to tell you guys that we were really shocked.
I was employed in Lake Basin in 1988. Then we worked for up to 2002. We got retrenched. We were paid some little money, so everybody went his way.
Titus Korir Komen was the human resources manager at the LBDA in 2002. He participated in the retrenchment process only to fall victim to his actions. Komen went to court, sued the LBDA and won. Due to his intricate involvement in the process, Titus Korir Komen appears to have been aware of the loopholes in the entire process. In 2004, the human resources manager convinced the High Court that the process was riddled with illegalities. In the end, Justice Mohammed Warsame ruled, "I am satisfied that the retrenchment of Titus Korir Komen and the computation of his benefits were not done in accordance with the set instructions and guidelines for implementing staff retrenchment in the civil service as required, specifically on the letter dated 23rd June 2000. The judge further ruled that the procedure adopted by the Lake Basin Development Authority was a significant and fundamental departure from what was contained in the circular for retrenchment. The HR manager walked away with more than 6 million shillings paid by the LBDA as a result of a flawed retrenchment process. The letter of June 23, 2000, to which Justice Warsame referred, was a circular to be used in retrenching the employees, but nothing about it was applied, opening a floodgate of possible legal challenges. This is the copy of the Dr. Leakey circular in the possession of our investigations unit. It is not very legible owing to the passage of time and poor preservation. But according to a court ruling by Justice Ndumanderi, the circular stated that all retrenchees were to be given a golden handshake of 40,000 shillings each, payment of 2 months' salary in lieu of notice, a severance pay calculated at 2.5 months for every year worked based at a monthly salary as at the year 1995. Titus Commend's case therefore set the precedent for all the 171 Lake Basin Development Authority retrenchees who are retired in 2002 to sue the parastatal if they so wished. Indeed, several employees thereafter went to court on the strength of the Titus Commend case and obtained judgments in their favor. But a more intriguing twist was about to unfold at LBDA. In November of 2020, we got wind of a court decision made by the High Court in Kisumu. The court had agreed to an out-of-court settlement in a case pitting the former employees and the Lake Basin Development Authority. The source from Homa Bay County told our investigations unit of the suffering of the complainants in that case and gave us a contact to one of the supposed beneficiaries. But the first alarm bells began ringing when the contact said he knew absolutely nothing about the case that had just been concluded in Kisumu. The implication was that either this contact was not being truthful or someone had gone to court in the name of the retrenchees without their knowledge and was about to pocket their millions. Then we stumbled on this. A picture of one Clifford Otieno Obiero pasted in the Standard newspaper and in Kenya's leading newspaper, The Daily Nation. And that is where we began.
I understand you work with them, or you used to work with them?
In the Kisumu judgment of February 2020, the court accepted an out-of-court settlement in a case involving former employees and the Lake Basin Development Authority. And it was now becoming clear that those behind the case had made it appear as if the retired staff members had sought a lawyer to assist them recover their monies from LBDA. Our investigations unit had reason to believe that some way, somehow, Clifford Otieno may have known something about this entire thing.
Yes, I used to work with LBDA, but I left.
Yeah, and I think that's also the reason why I wanted to talk to you. Maybe there's something you know, because they claim you were the person they visited at the time.
You know, remind me your name. I'm sorry.
Brian.
You know Brian?
Yes.
In many cases, once you've left an institution.
Yes.
Okay, I have no intention of sounding rude. Let me apologize before I make this statement.
Yeah.
There is some privacy policies.
Yes.
That binds an ex-employee.
Yes.
From issuing any information regarding his employer.
I know that is the procedure. But what if I told you that I would like to talk to you because of how heavily you've been involved, or rather mentioned, in the course of this matter? What if I told you that I'm talking to you because you have been published as a person who should not be conducting business on behalf of LBDA, yet some people claim that they have seen you in regards to the same?
No, that should be quite funny, because unless there is a new one that I don't know, but the only publication I know are two that were to the effect that I no longer work with them.
And they came 7 months later.
When I wrote, they responded to me that it was because of my acquaintances who were looking for me to know my whereabouts. I have a response from LBDA stating that that is the reason why they did the publication, and I took it that way. And again, I have no information.
The reason we basically want to talk to you is because of that. Maybe those acquaintances of yours have claimed that you have been addressing matters about the LBDA and how their case or their monies were lost and they were not involved.
That is quite funny. Anyway, it's quite funny.
If you ask me, it's not. If you ask me, it's not, because we are talking about the misappropriation of millions of shillings, Cliff.
Okay, this what we do.
In an office that had you as a signatory, you were part of the legal.
Let's have it this way.
Yes.
I want it to look like I am hiding something, being that it is an issue that touches on.
With that, we embarked on a journey to Kisumu to seek an interview with Clifford Otieno Obiero, a legal officer at LBDA up until February of 2020. We wanted to know how the former employees had somehow won a case in court without being aware of the petition in the first place.
I worked for Lake Basin from the year 2013 until my resignation in the year 2020, the month of February.
Clifford explains the conspiracy he claims was hatched in advance to defraud the retrenchees.
We had a meeting. I think it was roughly in mid 2019, and the center of discussion was the retrenchees who were retrenched in the year 2002, and it was not like a meeting as such, because it was like we were called for a brief on basically what to go and do. Why am I arriving at that is because maybe we didn't allowed to contribute much.
Clifford claims to have been part of the meeting but sent packing afterwards.
We were to get a favorable advocate who is not in the panel to sue Lake Basin using a list that we were the people to compile and supply him, and the information that we were to give him. And we were then to take an advocate from our panel. They make a consent in court, and then the condition is that the new advocate who must be somebody who is able to kick back or to do something, can be trusted to wire back the process, to wire back the money. The meeting was adjourned for another date, and instruction were that I go and compile the list, and then I will submit them for further directions. But because I was not comfortable, I wrote an email. Not an email, I wrote an opinion, because I didn't want it to be something that can be traced. You know, I was still treating everybody as my friend. So it was confidential, and then I wrote an opinion why I thought that was not a well thought of process. And I placed it in a folder, and I passed it through the secretary to the managing director. 5 days, and I got a transfer. After a month, I already got a transfer again to go and be an administrator in a tree nursery somewhere in Alupe. And Brian, I went and looked at my contract, and even the fact that it was with immediate effect, and I saw some kind of malice and breach. And I went and I obtained a court order the same day under certificate. And when I served them, it was directing me that I go back to my office. They some little frustration and denying me access to the office, and I wrote some email complaining for several days before I resigned, which were not responded to. I sent them to the managing director.
He claims the security guards at his workplace were instructed to lock him out, and at one point they beat him up for showing up to work. At this point, he says the LBDA was happy to pay his salary with taxpayers' money, but refused to let him work.
And then one morning, after they behaved with me in a manner that I didn't like, and I reported to the police station, I appended my resignation, and I explained the reason why I was resigning. It was not voluntary, of course, and I had to just stop working with them, because the conditions I was being given by the gate is, if at all I have to get to the office. Actually, they told the watchman that if at all I have to get to the office, then I must learn how to take instructions. But you know, right now in Kenya, there are some offices whereby you cannot just take instructions. Trust me, with the office I used to sit, the legal office, it comes a time the MD should take instructions from me, especially when it is something that is going to backfire, something that is centered on the legal issue. You may have a PhD in statistics or whatever reasons, but provided I have a degree and maybe a postgraduate diploma in law, then he should be able to listen to me. And that is where now we fell out, and I was feeling that, you see, I was not adding value to the institution. And they were insisting that if I have to be there, then things must be done in a particular way. I was constrained to append my resignation, and I walked away.
The details that followed the reported meeting suggested a fraudulent conspiracy to divert the retrenchees' payouts into private pockets. A system-generated list of 154 employees was filed in court in the name of one Samuel Okechopondo, who was presented as a former employee seeking to sue LBDA. After the case was filed, the parties applied to have the matter settled out of court. And once the parties agreed to resolve the matter out of court, Justice Matthews Ndumanderi ordered that each of the beneficiaries be paid as per the Dr. Leakey circular. The judge went ahead to order that within 7 days, the Lake Basin Development Authority should file a computation of just how much money each person listed in the case was to receive. This ruling was made on February 10, 2020. The LBDA never returned to court to file this computation. Our investigations unit has perused that file 6 times since 2020, and by November 2022, no one at LBDA had answered the question of how much each beneficiary was to receive. After the February ruling, the then managing director Raymond Omolo approved the payments to a Nairobi-based advocate Eliakim Owala, a payment of 81,459,992 shillings for this case. NTV has been searching for victims of this saga across the Nyanza region. They are hard to find. After 20 years, the large majority of them still do not know each other, in spite of the claim that the suit was filed in their name. There are over a dozen of them dead. Maurice Kalari Odero says he came across the case filed by Eliakim Owala by sheer luck, and that they learned of it only after the ruling.
I personally decided to pursue the matter with the management of the LBDA. I went there and booked an appointment with HR that I wanted to see him over the same. So when I went there, before he wasn't in, so I met a legal manager, Mr. Michael Okelo Cook, and I told him, but my friend, what's happening? We are really suffering here, but you are the guys that are now on board. We've heard that our colleagues are being paid and people are just being paid. It's like you people are not really considering those who never went to court. And they, oh, are you amongst those guys who never went to court? Yes, I told me, of course I didn't go to court. Why didn't you go to court? I was unable to pay for the legal fee. Then we decided to nini. And okay, now it's good you've come at the right time. I want to tell you something that you see, the new managing director, when he came in, he found when there are so many legal cases against Lake Basin, and he has decided now to do something about the retrenchees, because me personally, as the legal manager, we've told him all that you guys have went through, and he has deemed it fit that we do a case. We do a case to get the money for you guys. And the only way of getting this money is to engage a lawyer on behalf of you people, and then it appears like you guys have sued Lake Basin, so that we can have a legal document to get the money from the treasury. So already we've used somebody called Samuel Okech Opondo. And your names have been enlisted. And very soon, you guys will be called, because already money has been released from the treasury. And Mr. Wala is an advocate. We'll call you guys to give you the money.
I went on a friendly basis just to see one of the staff, and that is when I was told, I've seen something like your name appearing somewhere, there's some money that you're supposed to get. Yeah. That is when now I started following up, and then I was told the money is with a lawyer known as Owala. So I looked for his number, then I called him, he accepted, but he didn't pay me immediately. He sent me 50,000 at first.
And as you will learn shortly, there is no evidence we have found to suggest that Eliakim Owala had received any instructions from his 107 purported clients. Some of them have never met Owala and are unfamiliar with his face, his office, or agents.
We, as the retrenchees, we did not engage him anywhere. None of us engaged him. Not even a written document was given to him. Not even a signature was to authorize him to act on our behalf.
But more than 20 people Eliakim Owala claimed to represent in court are dead, with some of the deaths as old as the retrenchment itself. Along the Nairobi-Kisumu highway, Beryl Ogenyo works in her nursery. She grows and sells seedlings. She has been doing this for years now, and it is her only means of survival. Her mother worked for the LBDA until 2002 when she was retired.
Nilisikia kuna kesi walipeleka kotini, na wakili mwenye alipeleka hii kesi kotini hatukukuwa tunamjua. Sasa nilisikia jina ya mamangu iko kwa hiyo list. Nikastukia mbona jina ya mamangu inakuwa kwa hiyo list na mamangu alishakufa. Sasa nikaenda Lake Basin nikuulizie juu hiyo pesa walishapeana na mimi sikupata hiyo pesa. Ndio nikaenda Lake Basin niulize kama mbona wanapeleka jina ya mamangu kotini na mimi sijui chochote. By that time hatukukuwa tunajua.
They were just calling kuuliza wewe ni mtoto.
Florence Acheng is a teacher from Omboga in Kindube. She is the daughter of Lucy Anyango Onyango, who worked for the state agency as a secretary for 18 years since 1983 and was one of the 2002 retrenchees. She died in 2005. The late Lucy was listed as client number 31 by advocate Eliakim Owala. Florence says she and her siblings were surprised to learn of the court proceedings.
Ilikuwa 2005. Sasa tukakaa from that time mpaka hivi karibuni last year 2020 ndio mtu mwingine akatupigia simu ya kwamba wewe ni mtoto wa Lucy. Eti alikuwa akifanya na Lake Basin eti kuna pesa zake ziko. Nikamuuliza pesa za nini? Si mama aliacha kazi. Eti hapana, kuna pesa ilibaki apewe kuja uchukue.
We meet Betty Kagonga from Tigoi in Vihiga County. She is the mother of Jennifer Uside Mbego. Her daughter and husband were Lake Basin Development Authority employees. Both are deceased. Jennifer died in 2015 after serving the state agency from 1996. Her mother says that she was not part of the case.
Yeye alipeleka nani kotini? Sisi ndio atupeleke kotini aseme nalipa pesa za watu wale walitoka kazini. Sasa alipeleka wakina nani? Alienda kotini na nani? Sisi ndio inafaa tuende naye kotini. Sasa alienda na wakina nani? Na kama alienda na kina Jennifer walikufa. Alienda na maiti kwa koti.
Kagonga says the deaths of her husband and daughter struck her where it hurt the most. Jennifer had a son who is now struggling with school, and Kagonga, her grandmother, has been working on private farms to try and raise her grandchildren.
Baada ya kusikia wamelipwa nilichukua hatua kwenda kwa Lake Basin. Nikaenda kuuliza kama wanajua yeye. Wakanitolea faili yake nikaona. Nikaulizia wakasema nani amekwambia pesa ziko hapa mama? Nikamwambia mimi niliambiwa ati mshalipa watu pesa za wale watu walikuwa wamewachiwa kazi. Nikaambiwa niende nyumbani nitaambiwa. Mpaka dakika hii sijaambiwa chochote.
Odero Morris Kalari claims to have also met the then managing director Raymond Omolo over the retrenchment package.
When I told the MD that I was trying to chase the issue of retrenchment money, he accepted that fine, they had received some money from the treasury, and a lawyer had been engaged, and actually told me that the whole story, that he found a lot of cases in Lake Basin, and he wanted to do away with them once and for all. So he decided to look for an advocate to do a case on our behalf, and then get the money and pay us once and for all. So I told him, MD, our problem is not the money, it's the manner, the manner of which how you people are doing it. Because one, you are telling me that you've engaged an advocate. This advocate, we don't know him. Two, where did this advocate get our details, the details of the former employees? Yeah. We did not give him our details. Three, we want to see the computation. I disclosed to him that I have a court order that I had ordered that the Lake Basin was supposed to give a computation, how the calculation was done. Interest was supposed to be given to us, and I gave him the same order. Believe me, he was shocked because he didn't know that I had that order. Yeah. So he told me, okay, fine, you are right. What you are asking for is right. But I want to tell you that you cannot get this money 100%. Because for me to get this money, I had to use some money.
Immaculate Adhiambo died 4 years after being retrenched from the LBDA, where she had worked for 18 years since January 26, 1983. Marion Akoth, her daughter, who is currently residing in Luanda, says she and her family were unaware of the court case. The weight and shame of the details came after she contacted the lawyer, Eliakim Owala.
Getting to know about Mr. Owala, I knew him through Mr. Cook because of the reference. But him taking the case to court, I was fully not aware.
Away in Siaya, Joseph Okoth tells us about the burial of his wife, a state agency retrenchee. She was also on the list, even though she died 16 years ago. Okoth is convinced that there was fraud.
Because retrenchees from 2002, wengine wamekufa, wengine walienda risafu. So the very few people walibaki town ndio walikuwa wanafuatilia hii maneno. So I think they piled all the number of retrenchees, either dead or alive, to file a case.
This is a smart move by people stealing other people's money. Yeah, because if you look at it, Okechopond, I've never seen him. We've never worked in the same office. Okay, it's Lake Basin, we were under Lake Basin. I was based in Kisumu, worked in Yalaswam. I've never worked in Alupe. So I don't see how he could be having my details, yeah, and give somebody go ahead to claim money on my behalf. And why claim money on my behalf and I'm still alive?
Our investigations unit had reached an important conclusion. A scam in which mysterious people, including dead ones, apparently sued the government parastatal, won cases against it, and received millions of shillings. The millions are now the subject of a never-ending saga at the state agency, and also the subject of this investigation. This is the death certificate of Gideon Kipsigei Tanui. Gideon passed away in 2002 at the age of 38. Eliakim Owala listed him as client number 90. He had been a clerk at LBDA since 1986. This is another death certificate in the name of Christine Adhiambo Obiero, who died in September 2010 in Nyalenda. Adhiambo Wasiama Immaculate died in Nyalenda in 2006 at the age of 47. She appeared in court listed as client number 16, though this is 15 years after her death. We have a death certificate for Erastus Auma Okode with the number 106863. Erastus, who died on May 3rd, 2006 at the Homa Bay District Hospital, had been retrenched from the Lake Basin Development Authority, where he worked for 18 years. Lawyer Eliakim Owala presented his name as client number 11 in the Kisumu Employment and Labor Relations Court. Another death certificate with the number 851324 is in Lucy Anyango Onyango's name. Lucy died in June 2003 at the Kisumu District Hospital just a year after retrenchment, but she was presented by lawyer Eliakim Owala as client number 22. This is a permit for the burial of Jennifer Usidembego, who died in 2015 at the age of 42. She was born in Hamisi, Vihiga County. At Eliakim Owala and Company Advocates, she was their client number 146. And there is more.
I mean, the truth must be there. How much Lake Basin did pay out for all these refugees? And advocate, how did he distribute this money? Because everybody, maybe some 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, they are having different dues. And they are having different deals because of some of them are earning good money, some are lower money.
Sasa si watulipe pesa, hakuna shida, watupatie tu pesa, kwa maana hata sisi tuko na shida. Tunanyeshewa, penye tuliwacha mvua inanyesha kwa manyumba, watoto hawajasoma vizuri na pesa ziko. Si wangetupea tusomeshie watoto ama tujengee kwa nyumba hivi tukae ndani na watoto. Kukula kwa watoto ni shida. Na hata ukiwapata zaidi kulala kwa watoto tena ni shida. Ukipata penye wanalala utapata ni shida tu. Wangesaidia hao mayatima nao tena kesho wanaweza shika tena dalili ya hao kama wako. Unajua wakisoma zaidi tena hao watakuwa tena manager kama hao. Ama walingine watoke ndani walimu. Sasa unaona hiyo kipawa ya watoto inakufia ndani kwa ajili ya kosa kusoma. Na pesa ziko za kusomeshia watoto.
I visited the Lake Basin Development Authority headquarters in Kisumu. I presented our findings to Raymond Omolo along with details of the multi-million shilling fraudulent scheme reportedly masterminded in his office.
I, Raymond Vicky Ojwang Omolo.
At the time, Omolo, who is now the Interior Principal Secretary, was the LBDA's managing director. He denied being a part of or having knowledge of any conspiracy. He also denied ever participating in a meeting with Clifford Otieno in which the said conspiracy was discussed. He described the process as legal, legitimate, absolving himself and the authority from any wrongdoing.
Nothing could be further from the truth, because I only, or as an institution, we only respond to procedural issues. So we only go to court when we've been taken to court, or we only go to court when we know that someone has trespassed against us. But by and large, at least for the period I've been in office, we have never gone to court out of our own volition. We've gone to court either to defend a matter that is already ongoing, or to defend a new matter that someone has taken the institution to court on.
We further presented our findings to Michael Okuk in Oyugis, Homa Bay County. Okuk works as LBDA's acting legal manager.
As we speak, Mr. Brian, Mr. Buya, all of that money which was calculated, which was due to them, Lake Basin has paid it all. Dr. Raymond Omolo looked for this money from the exchequer under the pending bills, and he was given this money and they were paid all. In fact, they should be very happy that Dr. Raymond Omolo went out of himself. All other MDs have been trying to get this money for these people, but they were defeated. But I don't know how he went and he got this money and these people were paid. That is my happiness. That's all our retrenchees have now gotten their money. I will not shy to say that this is the position of one of somebody who we are working with, and he got himself in his own problem, Clifford Obiero, and he resigned from work. And when he resigned, he said, we will get to know who he is. I think these are his own machinations and mechanisms of maligning my name and maligning the name of the MD, pulling all these things. Well, the whole exercise is very correct and precise. We started it even when he was there. He knew these calculations, even him, he did them. But I don't know why he's kind of trying to divert attention by lying to the retrenchees that there's no more money for them when there's nothing more for them, apart from what had been calculated. We have very qualified accountants to calculate who calculated this thing and calculated with the advocates' accountants. So there's no way you would say that I was doing this and this.
That meeting you're talking about, there is nothing like that. Of course, Cook as my legal manager, acting legal manager, there will be several meetings and I do a lot of meetings almost every 2 weeks at the maximum with my senior management or the people who report to me. But there was never any particular moment that I sat down with Clifford, the former employee, and Mr. Cook to discuss the issue of the retrenchees. Not at all.
Raymond Omolo admitted to being aware of the dispute between Eliakim Owala, the former employees, LBDA, and a slice of the millions in the pockets of a few people.
I'm aware there are a few complaints that came up from about 2 or 3 of the retrenchees. And one of their complaints was that whatever they had received was not what they expected. And of course the other complaint was that Owala was representing them, yet they never gave him the instructions. As a representative of the authority, there's very little, or actually there's nothing I would do about it, because from my point of view, he was representing all the retrenchees that were listed and that their matter was adjudicated in court.
Lake Basin is a party to this case, and even the file is written Lake Basin versus Okech and 107 others. Nobody has ever come from Lake Basin to give the information that we are asking for. So you see, there's something being hidden.
What is causing all the controversy at the Lake Basin Development Authority among the retrenchees and the advocates is the answer to this question. How much is each of the former members of staff entitled to? Most of them have even stopped asking Eliakim Owala the most pertinent question, why he went to court without the instructions. They just want the money that was awarded by the court in their names.
They're trying to hide the figure. They don't want us to know how much was released or was ordered by court to be given to us as a retirement benefit. And you see, this thing has costed us a lot. Like, from those years, I'm still in town, I'm paying rent, I'm waiting for money that is not forthcoming, and somebody is enjoying that money to frustrate me.
Several retrenchees began flocking the LBDA head offices in Kisumu after learning about the scheme.
Some of them had been coming before and saying that, okay, when are you paying us? We have gone to Kulecho Musomba. When are you paying Kulecho Musomba? We have gone to Owala. When are you paying us through Owala? My position has ever been the same with them. If we pay Owala, since now we are working with you, I will tell you.
But that was not all that Michael O'Cook, the acting legal manager, told them. Several phone calls are recorded between the persons mentioned in this story and O'Cook. As more retrenchees learned about the scandal, LBDA began searching for beneficiaries and paying them. From Owala's family bank salary account, NTV's investigations unit has established that 50,000 shillings was sent to the beneficiaries. Fred Obuare Oduk received 50,000 shillings 8 minutes after talking to Owala on 26th of May 2020. Oduk has been paid a total of 227,000 shillings as of November 2022. All monies have been paid via M-Pesa.
Until after we had this money was there, that is when people were now being informed. But we didn't know about the case. We didn't know even when it happened. And these are some of the things we've been asking. Can you show us what the court passed? Yeah. And none of them has ever been given to us. Yeah. Even the documents from Lake Basin, we've never seen them. You're just being told this is your money. This is your money.
Maurice Kalari Odero also received the 50,000 shillings on May 14, 2020 at 6:31 p.m. Owala says he was entitled to 350,000. This figure contradicts with an internal document given to us by Mr. Raymond Omolo that recommended that Odero be awarded 656,000 shillings. Odero, on the other hand, is demanding up to 1.6 million from the state agency through independent advocates.
I got a phone call. I was at home around midday from a strange number, and he introduced himself as Mr. Wala. Mr. Wala told me that he is an advocate. Yes, he had received some money for retrenchees, and he was paying on behalf of Lake Basin. I said, okay, fine, that's great. Yeah. We just overheard that somebody was representing us. Now, if you have the money, what's the position? He told me, no, I want to pay you some money, but not all. What I got from Lake Basin was just a peanut, but I want to distribute it for everybody. So I want to send to you 50,000 shillings. My brother, by that time I was building my house. I needed money. So I said, okay, fine, send it forth. He sent me 50,000 shillings. Then he called to confirm. Then I told him, yes, I've received 50,000 from family bank account.
Marion received 2 tranches of 100,000 each. The first batch was sent to her on May 12, 2020 at 3:31 p.m. according to money transfer documents in possession of this investigations unit. Owala wired the next batch of 100,000 Kenya shillings to Marion on the 30th of June 2020 at 9:45 a.m. She was informed she was eligible for 278,000, but she says the lawyer provided no explanation of how he arrived at the figure.
And up to date, there is no document he has given us. At least now we want that document, at least to show that we have been in communication with him for this payment and with this, according to that case.
Back on the Nairobi-Nakuru highway at Beryl Ogenyo's nursery, she says, on her part, she received nothing, even though she was in contact with the lawyer. There was a condition to receive any amount of money.
Ati niende nitoe jina yangu huko kwa kotini ndio anipatie hiyo pesa. Sasa venye nilisikia hivyo sikuongea naye tena.
Some of these victims engaged the firm of Lugano and Lugano advocates to act on their behalf to uncover the secrets between their purported legal representatives and the Lake Basin Development Authority. 6 petitioners sued Owala through lawyer Lugano Odhialo. It is here where Beryl was asked to expunge her name and sign a document verifying that Owala owed her nothing more in order to receive any money from the advocate. So heated has been the case against Owala that the High Court in Kisumu at some point issued an arrest warrant against the advocate. The court ordered the officer in charge of Kondele police station to find and arrest Owala for contempt of court. Owala had skipped court sessions in some occasions where he was confronted by difficult questions surrounding the payments. But just where did advocate Eliakim Owala get the money to pay some of the retrenchees during the month of March to July 2020? This question is important because Raymond Omolo wrote to Treasury on the 14th of August 2020 requesting access to 152 million shillings to pay recurrent bills, including the retrenchees.
Yeah.
It's a clerk from
Omolo's letter was written about 5 months after the court ruling. We have this letter written to the managing director 10 days later on the 25th of August 2020 approving his request. But the M-Pesa transactions to retrenchees were happening as early as March 2020, just a month after the contentious court ruling. So, Did Owala pay the retrenchees with his own money? So deep and urgent was the scheme that the LBDA was already disbursing the millions of shillings to the lawyer. But where did the money come from? After 2 years of being unavailable, not answering phone calls and choosing to remain silent, Advocate Eliakim Owala on a random Monday in November 2022 called back.
Brian, what you do?
Yeah.
I've given strict instructions to a woman.
Yes.
Deal with it, and I've told him we deal officially with the letter from your company, from the where you work for.
Okay.
Then we'll give you all you want.
Okay.
I've given Mr. Uma that, but we deal officially.
Okay.
Charles Ouma has been representing Eliakim Owala in court in the case fronted by 6 petitioners. Owala, for some reason, wants questions directed at him answered by Ouma. And so I began by asking Ouma how Owala went to court without instructions.
From the information that I have seen, he had proper instructions to act. Definitely the 108 people did not instruct him directly. They came as a team through one of their own. Mr. Owala doesn't know how they resolved to pick one of their own to represent them, but the person who now came with the formal instructions is Mr. Samuel Okech Opondo. And he signed an instructions note saying that he had the authority of the other colleagues to instruct Mr. Owala to act on their behalf. But beyond that, Mr. Owala also had direct dealings with many of them. You see, they would call to find out about the progress of the case independently of Mr. Samuel Okech Opondo. And when the payments were being made, they came now individually. At that point now, the law doesn't permit Mr. Samuel Okech Opondo to collect the dues on their behalf. So they came as individuals. So Mr. Owala finds it a bit odd that persons who actually came and signed for their dues from him would say that they didn't instruct him. Because the question is, why then would they come to collect their dues from him if he had no instruction to act? And all of them have been paid, and there's documentation for that purpose.
And then I asked Ouma to help us trace Samuel Okech Opondo, the man Owala claims instituted the case on behalf of everyone else, yet none of the 19 people I have met, talked to, and interviewed ever met Samuel Okech Opondo during their days at LBDA or with regard to this case.
The challenge that Mr. Owala would have is that any communication he has about the identity and whereabouts of Mr. Samuel Okech Opondo would be communication given to him for purposes of prosecuting this case. And it would be covered by advocate-client confidentiality and can only be disclosed with the permission of Samuel Okech Opondo. So the complication you have is that I would have to send you to go and find Mr. Samuel Okech Opondo to give me permission to disclose that information, in which event it would be unnecessary because you would have found him anyway.
I further asked Ouma why the court order requiring a computation for every retrenchee has never been filed, and what criteria then his client Eliakim Owala was using to disburse the money in the absence of such computation.
No, I didn't say they didn't do a computation. They did, and we have it. But then there is the second question about whether or not it was filed. If the court order requires that they file, I'm sure they would. Perhaps they haven't. It's not uncommon for people not to do something the court asks them to do, not maliciously, not with intent not to defy a court, perhaps oversight. There could be many explanations.
The next few minutes of this report begin to answer, at least in part, the question of where the millions of shillings went. Let me introduce you to Tobias Ocheng Owino. Here in Oyugis, he is famously known as Japolo. The man is a contractor.
Nikaenda nikamripoti kwa polisi.
He claims to have been given millions of shillings in cash by one of the men at the center of this saga to construct a house for him before the duo fall out over the payments.
Tulipoanza nilimuuliza kwa namjengea hizo nyumba zake za kumchenjia roof. Nilimuuliza akaniambia hii pesa ako na 500 tu peke yake, yana kama anaweza kujenga foundation peke yake. 500. Nikamwambia ni sawa. Sasa after kumalizia hii kuchange hii roofing zake, kubadilisha mabati, akanipeleka Oyugis. Kunipeleka Oyugis, sasa tukaanza hii kazi. Sasa muda vile kulikuwa tunaendelea, akanielezea hii pesa alikuwa amelipwa, kuna vile alisimamishwa kazi. Kesi kaenda, akipatikana yeye hana makosa, akasuu wale. Sasa walimlipa pesa, ndio hiyo pesa alikuwa anatumia hii nayo ya kujenga. Sasa vile tulikuwa tunaendelea kujenga, sasa ikifika mahali tulikuwa tunataka pesa, hii pesa ikisa accumulate. Sasa aliniandikia message, nyumba si yake na mwenye nyumba anataka ID ya mtu, signature ya mtu, telephone number ya kila mtu alikuwa anafanya kwa site. After about 6 months tukisafanya kazi.
Tobias has reported the matter to EACC at the Homa Bay offices and sworn an affidavit over these claims. The contractor says he reported the matter over fear of being arrested if the story about the house and the millions of shillings handled in cash ever refused to fall in place.
Alikuwa anataka kuniingiza kwa shida fulani, lakini mimi sikujua. Ndio wakati niligundua ilibidi niende ni report.
The man had told the contractor he had 500,000 shillings to build a house. In his affidavit, Tobias says that the man later changed his story and said the house belongs to an athlete by the name William Tanui. He told Tobias that Tanui had won millions of shillings in international races and was building a house to retire. That Tanui was his in-law. In the history of Kenyan athletics, this investigations unit has found there has never been an athlete by that name, William Tanui.
Alikuwa amesema vile mimi ndio nakuanga karibu, yeye ako kazi, mimi ndio niko available kupatikana, niweke tu jina yangu. Kwa event retreat whatever, niweke jina yangu. Juu yeye anasema yeye atakuwa kazi na mimi ndio niko karibu. Sasa hata tukienda nayo kununua material ananiambia niandike jina yangu, documents zangu.
At the construction site in Oyugis, workers here are under instruction to take pictures of any suspicious people who come asking questions. The 5-story building has since been marked for demolition by NEMA. The saga between the retrenchees, the LBDA and Eliakim Owala was not the first. There was yet another piece of this puzzle with the second law firm, Kulecho Musomba Advocates. Unlike Owala, Joseph Musomba received clear instructions from his 45 clients in 2018. The 45 former LBDA staff members asked Musomba to represent them in a suit against the parastatal, arguing that they were retrenched using the wrong circular. We will come in contact with one of them in Kindu Bay shortly. The problem with the Kulecho Musomba case, as with the Owala, is that the clients here also complain that the law firm never disclosed the amounts to which each of them was entitled. Samuel Okech Atieno is the face of the case against LBDA and Kulecho Musomba Advocates.
I left Lake Basin when I was an accounts assistant.
Samuel worked for the Lake Basin Development Authority for 16 years.
He didn't show us.
He says Musomba, their advocate, has not specifically declared the amount of money they are supposed to receive.
First he was paid 2.5 million, which he claimed to us was to pay auctioneers. We still yet to see evidence of these payments to auctioneers. The second payment made to him was for 5 million, which he paid to 40 people at an average cost of 65,000, which if you calculate will total to 2.6 million. He remained with 2.4 million. That money is not explained how it was used. The final payment which was made to him, which he has refused to tell us which figure it was deposited into a joint account with the Lake Basin. We have not seen any evidence of the amount which was paid, how it was utilized, how much was paid. So he has left us in darkness in everything. What he keeps on telling us is that he has paid us all the money he was paid, but he has failed to give us the evidence of what he was paid and how he has paid it.
The lawyer did not just say these things orally. Also, he wrote to Samuel Okech Atieno saying his firm received only 21 million to pay the 45 retrenchees.
There is a foul play in this because the lawyer has refused to give us figures. He has refused to explain to us even how he arrived at 316,000 which he paid me. He cannot explain to me. From the figure which he originally showed me and the figure which he is finally paying.
When I inquired about Kulecho Musomba, Dr. Raymond Omolo said he was paid about 30 million shillings.
So the total money paid to Owala was about 81 or so million for the 108 retrenchees. Then the total of what was paid to Kulecho was around 29 million.
Kulecho Musomba, I think about 31 million. The one for Owala, 73 million.
The finance manager's report to the board indicated that Kulecho Musomba received 32 million shillings. And then the law firm says it received only 21 million shillings.
We agreed under the consent was 29 million that was to be payable. What happened is that after December, Lake Basin, for reasons that they best know, appealed against that consent judgment. And when they appealed against that consent judgment, they demanded that we scale down that consent from 29 million to 21 million. So because these people had suffered for long, I called a meeting with them and we agreed that for the sake of not wasting much more time, we take the 21 million. What was paid to my firm was that entire amount of 21 million, which was then disbursed to all these 45 claimants according to what each one was entitled to.
The whereabouts of over 10 million shillings are clearly in contention, and Mr. Musomba does not hesitate to admit as much.
The depositing of the money into a joint account was simply a requirement of the law. It is provided for so that then people do not waste time when they cannot pay. Once they paid back as our 21 million, I think the rest of the money that was in the joint account is perhaps its destiny. I cannot say for certain. What I know is that we took our 21 million and disbursed it amongst the claimants. The balance that was in the joint account, it was taken back to the advocate. That is all we can say.
The money was paid to a joint account owned by Kulecho Musomba Advocates and LBDA Advocate Otieno Yogo Ojuro and Company Advocates. This raised questions on why the money would be wired to a joint account in a case that was solved by consent.
The depositing of the money into a joint account was simply a requirement of the law. It is provided for so that then people do not waste time when they cannot pay.
Meanwhile, only the LBDA's advocates deny that 32 million shillings was wired to that joint account.
For avoidance of doubt, Mr. Yogo, what I'm hearing from you is that Mr. Musomba was paid 21 million and not 29 or 32 million shillings?
Yes. 21,154,106.
Yeah. So that my next question to you, Wakili, would be, and I know a bank statement would help, but why then do you think the head of finance at the LBDA will not know that? Because in her report, she has insisted that the both of you were paid 32 million shillings, which was wired through that specific bank account. And this is your client we are talking about. This is your client. Why does your client say that they paid you people 32 million shillings?
You know, surely, Ms. Brian.
Yeah.
Me, I'm telling you what I have and what is in the court file and what we did. So I would not answer about somebody else, what somebody has written, do I?
Once they paid back as our 21 million, I think the rest of the money that was in the joint account is perhaps its destiny. I cannot say for certain. What I know is that we took our 21 million and disbursed it amongst the claimants. The balance that was in the joint account, it was taken back to the advocate. That is all we can say.
And if the LBDA appealed the decision, how come the state agency continues to state that it paid 32 million shillings 2 years later?
Out of this,
by the time we took our further investigation to Kisumu law courts in November 2022, we had found no notice of appeal or file for any of the cases.
In the NAM file, which is number 4.
But Advocate Geoffrey Yogo insisted there was an appeal, even giving what he said was the case number.
Everything is listed in number 404. The appeal file,
yes.
If you want to know the appeal file, is a appeal number ELR appeal. That's Kisumu Employment and Labor Relations Court appeal number 9 of 2020.
On perusing the court files, we found the number belongs to a case file between Ibrahim Otieno Odor and 4 others versus Spectre International Limited. It has nothing to do with the questions related to the Lake Basin Development Authority. In their letter to the retrenchees, Kulecho Musomba advocate says, and I quote, "We negotiated for you a second golden handshake," end of quote. By indicating that there was a negotiation, the advocate seemed to be implicating the LBDA in the double payment conspiracy.
You know, Brian, a consent recorded in court is always a compromise. It is not a court deciding, it is the parties sitting down and saying that I have agreed, we have agreed, and they go to court and tell the court that we have agreed. In the process of agreeing, if an advocate is actually representing the best interest of the institution, then he cannot accept a double payment.
All retrenchees had already been paid a golden handshake of 40,000 each by their admission and copies of the 2002 payroll in our possession. Musomba does not deny the double payment.
Part of what we had prayed for was an enhancement of the golden handshake that had been previously paid. But luckily, Lake Basin did not pick up any issue that this handshake had been paid before, and these people were therefore paid a second handshake. Obviously, perhaps it was not due to them, but since we had prayed for it and it had been granted and there was no objection by Lake Basin, the same was deemed payable, and after extensive negotiations with Lake Basin, it was finally released to these employees.
This is a matter that, as a citizen, you should have reported a long while ago.
I personally wrote a letter to the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and then immediately thereafter the DCI called me. Omweri from DCI called me and advised me not to give any information to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption because they are handling that matter. Actually went further and stated that there are attempts. He stated that there are attempts from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Kisumu to transfer that matter and take that matter from them. And that he is seeing some foul play that is going on. And you know, as a person who is centered to this issue and who is complaining of some risk issue, you have to be concerned. I allowed the DCI to proceed with the matter. Anytime he called me, he wanted information, I gave. And even in that interview, when he was advising me not to give information, even confirmed to me that he is at a very advanced stages. As we speak, I've been texting him at an interval of every 1 month, asking him how far. And he's been telling me I am still investigating.
NTV Investigates is in possession of an internal computation that was neither filed in court nor shared with the retrenchees, which suggests that someone like Marion was supposed to receive some 595,000 shillings, while Maurice Kalari Odero should have received 695,000. It is not clear why the document or any other computation has never been filed in court as ordered by Justice Ndumanderi on the 10th day of February 2020. With the exception of a slow probe that never was, this letter from the DCI to the Registrar Kisumu Law Courts is missing from the court file. John Karaoke, at the time heading the DCI Investigations Bureau, had written the letter to the court registrar in Kisumu requesting for documents in the case against Owala. Ordinarily, that letter would be in the prosecution file, but it is inexplicable how the file could have disappeared in such a high public interest case. Justice Stephen Radido, who has been hearing very interesting things in his court, stated in one of his rulings that despite that letter annexed by the defense, the letter, though addressed to the deputy registrar, is missing from the file. Something is clearly amiss in the file.
DCI requested for information, which we have provided. And I'm sure they probably got somewhere and they have a reason either to continue or to say that this is just stories. When ESCC wrote to me, I told them DCI are handling the same matter. How do we proceed? And they came back and told me, fine, if they're handling it, we don't need to get involved.
Lake basins are rot. There are a lot of funny things that have been done to us, but our interest is the money. If they were really for us, we'd like to see these cases come up, because we provided them with evidence, documents that have all that we are stating here.
I will say the integrity issues, they are not very good. Yeah, just after I left, the manager audit resigned. Lucky to them, the manager audit did not maybe tell them the reason why he was resigning. But if you ask me, and this I'm stating with a lot of authority, there were issues, because you will issue a very honest report on whatever is happening, and before maybe it goes out, for whatever reasons you are being asked to ratify that report, to read in a particular way.
It would be totally unfair to crucify me on account of a disagreement between an advocate and their client.
Do you find it strange that an advocate or an officer or an MD can authorize payment entered by consent, whereby retrenchees retrenched in the year 2002? Retrenchees retrenched in 2002 and who filed a case in 2020 are being awarded interest from the year 2000.
Not even 2002.
Not even 2002. And in the year 2000, from the year 2000 and the year 2002, Brian, they were on salary, full salary. Actually, even the circulars for retrenchment had not even been implemented. Meaning they have been given payments and interests. It is a double payment when they were still in service. And then it is not the court that has decided this. It is the parties that have agreed that let us award these people this interest. And then it happens that this money has not been received by the intended beneficiaries.
The nature of this scandal is complex. The slow pace of investigations has been unnerving for the hundreds of former employees who now languish in poverty.
Brian, this one is also important. In the same year, Authorities Motor Vehicle was told by an auctioneer. A case in Muhoroni here, a land matter, that they lost and appealed severally. And the managing director was not able to pay Kenya shillings 1.4 million until a Land Cruiser was actually towed and sold by an auctioneer the same year. Then you tell us that, you see, there are pending bills that we need to urgent. There was a court order and this was urgent. Who was executing the petition? There were no auctioneers in the petition. They agreed. And in the same year, at the same time, I can confirm to you, Nyalwoyo auctioneers sold the Authority Motor Vehicle for a debt of 1.4 million. A motor vehicle valued at 5.6 million. Brian, that is an office I could not sit in. I know I'm going out of whatever you asked me, but I am just giving a comparative scenario to just explain to you the fact that there was more than meets the eye in the deal. It was a very exceptional deal.
To date, the living wait in vain for help to arrive someday, with those who died while waiting yet to truly rest in peace. Brian Obuya, NTV investigates.
Yeah, I'll have you lead us in the pledge here. Subcommittee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. Kat, can you handle that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I thank the lady for leading us. Without objection, Mr. Roy will be permitted to participate in this hearing. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. On the third day of this administration, January 23rd, 2021, the White House sent an email to Twitter. The email said this: wanted to flag the below tweet, and I'm wondering if we can get moving on the process for having it removed ASAP in all caps. That third day, what did that tweet say? Tweet from Mr. Kennedy said this: Hank Aaron's tragic death is part of a wave of suspicious deaths among elderly closely following administration of the vaccine. He received the vaccine on January 5th to inspire other Black Americans to get the vaccine. Now, what's interesting about the email that the White House sent to Twitter is the subject line says, flagging Hank Aaron misinformation. Now, misinformation is when you don't have the facts right. You're saying things that aren't true. But when you look at Mr. Kennedy's tweet, there was nothing in there that was factually inaccurate. Hank Aaron, real person, great American, passed away after he got the vaccine, just pointing out facts. And yet the White House on the third day was trying, actually 1:04 a.m. on January 23rd, 2021, 37 hours into the administration, they were trying to censor Mr. Kennedy. I find that interesting, the irony here, trying to censor the guy who's actually their Democrat primary opponent. Go figure. 3 months earlier, the FBI helped censor our second witness, Miss Morris's story. Her story in the New York Post about emails on the Hunter Biden laptop. And we know the FBI censored her because of work this committee has done to uncover what happened, and because of our third witness, Mr. Sauer, the lawsuit that he argued on behalf of Louisiana and Missouri in federal court, in a case that they got the amazing ruling from on July 4th, just 2 weeks ago. You go back to, in the course of that investigation, course of that lawsuit from Missouri and Louisiana, Yoel Roth, former head of site integrity at Twitter, in his sworn declarations, it's brought out in that lawsuit, in his sworn declaration in front of the Federal Elections Commission, he said this: during weekly meetings, federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected hack and leak operations before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. These expectations were discussed throughout 2020. I also learned in these meetings that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. Now think about it. Weekly meetings throughout 2020, hack and leak operation in October involving Hunter Biden. 5 key things they pointed out throughout that year. And guess what? It all happens. It happens just like they predicted. How did they know? How did they know it was going to happen like that? Because they had the laptop. They had the laptop for 10 months before Miss Morris's story on October 14th. Her story breaks that day. That same day, October 14th, 2020, Twitter meets with the FBI, specifically the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI. Later that same day, again, the day her story comes out, Facebook also meets with the FBI. The head of the Foreign Influence Task Force now is Laura Demlow, and this committee interviewed her just 3 days ago. And what an interesting interview that was. We asked her about these meetings. She stated in the first meeting, the FBI and Twitter, in that first meeting, she said, someone from Twitter asked, is the laptop real? They asked the fundamental question. That story had broke. It was big news. Twitter asked the FBI. They're right there in front of them. They've been prepping them for a year. They asked the FBI, is the laptop real? Ms. Demlow conveyed to the committee this week, an FBI agent answered, yes, it is. Another FBI agent A lawyer very quickly followed up with no further comment. So again, here's the scenario. The story breaks. Twitter's meeting with FBI later that same day. Someone from Twitter asked, is this story real? Is the laptop real? The FBI answers yes, and then quickly followed by, again, all this conveyed by Ms. Demlow, the FBI lawyer says no further comment. In the later meeting with Facebook, again that same day, the FBI was asked the same question, and this time, the FBI gets their story straight. Ms. Demlow is the only one who comments, and she says no comment. Obviously, by the second meeting, the FBI had coordinated, and she conveyed this in her deposition, that they had deliberated what they were going to respond when that question was asked. So think about this. After being repeatedly told a hack and leak Russian info operation is coming for a whole year, it arrives on October 14th in the form of Ms. Morris's story, an accurate story. Is real. They know it's not a Russian information op, and they know the story is true, but when directly asked, they say no comment. And of course, Ms. Morris's story is censored. Visibility filtered, the term that the tech companies use. No, you can't direct message, you can't send it. Keeping the American people from valuable information just days before the most important election we have, election for commander-in-chief, election for the presidency of the United States. That's why Ms. Morris is here today. She knows what it's like to be censored. It's why Louisiana and Missouri filed the case. It's why Mr. Sauer argued the case. And frankly, it's why Mr. Kennedy is running for president. It's to stop. Help us expose and stop what's going on. This alliance, big government pressuring private entities to censor Americans. I think in Ms. Morris's testimony, which I read this morning, big tech, big government working together, big media working all together to censor American speech. So we look forward to your testimony over the next few hours. But I will tell you this, just get ready. I think these guys, Ms. Morris, get ready. Last time we had a journalist sitting there, they were trying to get them to divulge their sources. So be ready, but I know you can handle it. We appreciate your willingness to come forward. We appreciate your willingness to fight for the First Amendment. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Just have some administrative matters first. I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Roya Demlow, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden, that the contents belonged to Hunter Biden, and that the contents had not been manipulated in some way, would they be representing what you said, correct? Answer by Ms. Demlow. They would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. They would be misrepresenting what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. Because this committee likes to misrepresent or leave off complete sentences of what individuals said, I'd like to introduce this into the record at this time. Thank you. And as to no comment by an FBI, that's usually what they say when there's an ongoing investigation, particularly when it's a couple of days before an election. But why are we here? Why? You know, that's been the question that quite a number of people have been asking me. Why are you having this hearing? What does this have to do with inflation? What does this have to do with the cost of living? What does this have to do with the everyday lives of Americans, the thing that the Republican Party said that they would focus on if they had control of the House? Why would the Republican leadership and the committee majority give a hearing and a platform to the witnesses today, specifically to Mr. Kennedy, a man who has recently claimed that COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and Black people? The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. And before that, in his film, Medical Racism, The New Apartheid, that film stated that COVID-19 vaccines do not work for Black children because of their, quote, kick-ass kind of immune system, that hyper, superhuman, subhuman kind of language. He also said, even in Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps to Switzerland, You could hide in an attic like Anne Frank did to imply Jews in Nazi Germany had more freedoms than unvaccinated Americans during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, many of my Republican colleagues across the dais will rush to cover that they have Mr. Kennedy here because they want to protect his free speech, that they do not believe in American censorship. This is not the kind of free speech that I know of, the free speech that is protected by the Constitution's First Amendment. But free speech is not an absolute. The Supreme Court has stated that. And others' free speech that is allowed, hateful, abusive rhetoric, does not need to be promoted in the halls of the people's house. This Republican charge of free speech is being used by Republican members to promote quasi-science, things such as the replacement theory that says that brown people are replacing good white Americans here in this country. Let's not remember that this country first belonged to brown Native American people. It's a rallying cry for bigotry and hate. There are members of the Republican conference who also frequently suggest that Americans have to deal with COVID rules as the same as oppression of Nazi Germany. Indeed, some have even questioned whether the Holocaust took place. We have staffers who openly follow white supremacy without any condemnation of the Republican conference. Some give it chuckles, slaps on the back, shrugs, all under the mantra of free speech. It's a free country. You absolutely have a right to say what you believe, but you don't have the right to a platform, public or private. We don't have to give one of the largest platforms of our democracy, Congress, this hearing. Our right does not mean that we as Americans are not free from accountability. And that's what's distressing about this hearing. Even knowing what they know about Mr. Kennedy's hateful, evidence-free rhetoric, and even though they've invited any number of witnesses to make their point, Speaker McCarthy, Chairman Jordan affirmatively chose to give this a platform. They intentionally chose to elevate this rhetoric to give these harmful, dangerous views a platform in the halls of the United States Congress. That's endorsing that speech. That's not just supporting free speech. They have co-signed on idiotic, bigoted messaging. It's a conscious choice. There's no doubt as to why they're making the choice. It's not to guard free speech or to ensure equality for all. All of this, as you'll hear throughout this hearing, is to show us by their conduct over and over and again that any attack on Joe Biden to get Donald Trump back in the White House is what they need to do. They think that by hurting the Biden administration, by putting Mr. Kennedy on display, they have said that he's only running for censorship. I think people run for the President of the United States because they want to advance the American people. Over the last 8 months, the extreme MAGA majority has spent its time, not to mention tons of taxpayer money, something that they're always so cautious about, on baseless investigations that have gone nowhere, all in an effort to serve as a legislative arm of the Trump campaign and discredit any agency that dares to hold the president or those that work with him or who have the same ideals that he has accountable for those that are such as white supremacy, such as election deniers, such as inciters and those who engaged in the riots of January 6th. Truth be told, I have no idea whether the chairman actually believes any of the stuff. I don't. It's not a question I've asked him or one that's necessarily even important. But it's clear that one aim of his investigation is to bully tech and media companies into turning a blind eye to right-wing extremist conspiracies, from QAnon to the Great Replacement theory, as they spread across their platforms, even when those theories violate very basic terms of service about deliberate disinformation and promoting violence. Let's not even think about what happens in 2024 with Russian trolls, Iran, China trying to interfere in our elections. And the bullying extends far beyond tech companies. Witness after witness have testified to the treatment they received from Chairman Jordan and his team. One of our earliest witnesses, Nina Jankovic, told the committee about receiving thousands of death threats and being told to go into hiding while she was pregnant with her first child, after Chairman Jordan first posted a doctored video of her. When Politico asked Mr. Chairman Jordan about the threats, his office responded, she deserves to be held accountable. Anyone who doesn't agree with their point of view deserves whatever hatred and threats are thrown at them. Now, I'm across the hall from Mr. Jordan, and several months ago, I saw somebody who seemed to be threatening to his office, and the Capitol Police were moving them away. And I was grateful that they were doing that, because I don't want anyone to harm him or his staff for their rhetoric, for the things that they say. That's inappropriate. That's unconscionable. Another witness, this one a current member of federal law enforcement who spent years protecting Americans from harm, described receiving threatening mail not just to her work office, but to her home address. Someone out there has figured out where this person lives and is targeting them based on disinformation this committee itself spread. She summed it up in a single sentence, I'm frankly scared. And why does the chairman send this movement to intimidate witnesses? To change their behavior, of course, to make it less safe for law enforcement officers to enforce the law, and less likely that researchers and companies will combat the spread of hate and violence online. One witness, an academic whose organization helped identify disinformation threats to election processes and procedures, described the threats sent to him and his family in detail. When the Republican staff asked him if he would consider performing the same research for 2024 elections, he said, quote, since this investigation has cost the university now approaching 7 figures in legal fees, it's been pretty successful, I think, in discouraging us from making it worthwhile for us to do a study for 2024. Another witness, a researcher who analyzed massive data sets to assess the way that rumors spread online, was explicit and personal about the effect of the threats on her life. I mean, quite frankly, I don't have kids, and if I did, I would no longer be doing this work. I'm worried about my students. I know they're worried about doing this kind of work because of these kinds of threats and what they see that I'm going through. And at the same time, I just think the work is so important, and I want to make sure it keeps going. So I don't want to step off that stage. I think we have like special skills that can be really useful and helpful and help our country grow stronger. And this is having a chilling effect. And it's not just me. Other researchers are experiencing the same thing. These are the fruits of this committee's majority investigations. If MAGA Republicans agree with you, you're given a platform to spread any conspiracy theories, no matter how harmful. And if they disagree with you, you get death threats until you have to go away. These folks have a plan. They want to force social media companies to promote conspiracy theories because they think that's the only way their candidate can win the 2024 election. They want to bully the experts into abandoning their work on disinformation to pave the way. They want to give expression to the most vile sorts of speech here in this committee room because it prepares the ground for their own conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. And they apparently don't care how many people are hurt or die as a consequence of their actions, either through lies about vaccines or threats to the safety of witnesses, because nothing is more important to them than power. It's a free country. Both Chairman Jordan and Mr. Kennedy are free to say whatever they want. It's the chairman's right to promote any of the views he wants to promote. But that freedom doesn't mean that the rest of us can't see what they're doing and demand something better from our representatives, from my colleagues, from this Congress. Be better than the witnesses, my colleagues. Let's be better. Let's get about the business, the real business of the American people, and stop the division, the divisiveness that is being promoted through this committee. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record from page 29 of Ms. Demelow's testimony from 3 days ago. Question, do you recall whether any of these social media companies you were meeting with asked you any questions about the laptop story? I do was her answer. And what is your recollection? Somebody from Twitter essentially asked whether the laptop was real, and one of the FBI folks who was on the call did confirm that, quote, yes, it was, before another participant jumped in and said no further comment. Question, do you recall who from the FBI said it was real? I do. And who was that person? I'll have to get back with you. Without objection, we'll enter that into the record. We now want to introduce our witnesses. I want to start with Ms. Emma Jo Morris. Ms. Morris is politics editor at Breitbart News. She previously served as the deputy politics editor at the New York Post, where she authored the Post coverage of the Hunter Biden laptop and its contents in 2020. Ms. Maya Wiley is the president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. She previously served as counsel to New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio and at the American Civil Liberties Union and the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. We welcome you as well, Ms. Wiley. Mr. John Sauer is the Special Assistant Attorney General for the Louisiana Department of Justice, and he is one of the lead lawyers in the Missouri v. Biden case that I referenced in my opening statement. He previously served as Deputy Attorney General for Special Litigation with the Missouri Attorney General's Office and Solicitor General of Missouri. He clerked for Judge Michael Ludig and Justice Antonin Scalia. And then our final witness is Mr. Kennedy. I will turn to our colleague, Mr. Roy, member of the Judiciary Committee, and waved on to the subcommittee to introduce Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chairman. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the son of a former Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy and the nephew of America's 35th President, John F. Kennedy. The third of 11 children, he graduated from Harvard University. We won't hold that against him because he went on to receive his law degree from the University of Virginia School of Law, my alma mater, as an undergraduate. Some viewing Mr. Kennedy through his last name, but that does a tremendous disservice to his life's work, whether you agree with it or not. Out of law school, Mr. Kennedy built his career as an environmental lawyer, representing New York City environmentalists and environmentalists across the globe in numerous legal battles. His work culminated in the landmark New York City Watershed Agreement focused on the cleaning of New York City's waterways. After the 2008 election, Politico reported that President-elect Obama strongly considered Mr. Kennedy to head the Environmental Protection Agency. He went on to found Children's Health Defense, a national organization intended to address childhood chronic disease and toxic exposures. I assume that being a father of 7, in addition to being one of 11 children himself, fuels his interest in children's health. Following the 2016 election, Mr. Kennedy met with then-President-elect Trump to discuss his potential for a committee to examine vaccine safety and scientific integrity. Their conversation also touched on the CDC and ways to increase independence from financial conflicts. Most recently, Mr. Kennedy announced his campaign for President of the United States. During his campaign announcement, he stated, quote, "My mission over the next 18 months of this campaign and throughout my presidency will be to end the corrupt merger of state and corporate power that is threatening to impose a new kind of corporate feudalism in our country," end quote. It is for this that Mr. Kennedy finds himself receiving the scorn of both the political left and right. Because if one dares challenge the orthodoxy of the powers that be, then one is their enemy. As a graduate of the University of Virginia, Mr. Kennedy no doubt knows the following quote, for here we are not afraid to follow truth wherever it may lead. Thomas Jefferson. That truism was lost during the COVID pandemic. Individuals receiving scorn simply for asking questions, people being silenced for challenging the status quo. These are the kinds of questions that should have been publicly debated, and this hearing is focused on that truth, and we welcome Mr. Kennedy.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Kennedy. We're glad you were here. We will now proceed with open statement. Before I do, I want to introduce the guy sitting behind you, Mr. Kennedy, who was a former colleague of ours, and maybe more importantly for me, a good friend of mine, Dennis Kucinich, who served in the United States Congress for 14 years, I believe, and great Buckeye. So we welcome Dennis, and I know Elizabeth's here as well, and we appreciate your service, Dennis, and your commitment to the First Amendment. We'll now go with opening testimony. Mr. Kennedy, you are recognized for your opening statement. As mine's not. Make sure it's on.
Mr. Chairman, are you going to swear in the witnesses?
If you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witness answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Kennedy, you are now recognized for your opening statement, and then we'll go right down the line. He's going to go a little longer.
Excuse me, point of order. I know that witnesses usually have 5 minutes. I see 10 minutes on the board. Is it going to be 10 minutes
We'll
for
give him
every
5
witness?
minutes, but we're pretty lax with this. We'll let him go for
We are?
a little, yeah.
I've seen you gavel down on quite a number of
We've
witnesses.
given senators and former Democrat members of Congress and all kinds
He's
of folks my
neither.
time.
He's
I know.
neither.
I'm just saying in past history.
Okay,
in
okay.
committee. But
Let's just watch
you,
the time for all the witnesses.
and if
then.
you want to cut him off and censor him some more, you're welcome to do it.
Oh, that's not my job. That's your job. Why don't you threaten a witness so that they can not want to be a
Mr.
witness?
Kennedy is recognized for his opening statement. We'll give him 5 minutes, more or less, and then we'll move to the next one. Mr. Kennedy, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we could put 5 minutes on the clock then, not 10.
Could we put 5 on the clock and we'll start it running?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to put aside my written statement for a moment and address one of the points that was brought up, I think an important point by the ranking member, that this body ought to be concerning itself with issues that impact directly the American people. The rising price of groceries, 76% over the past 2 years for basic foodstuff, the war in Ukraine, the inflation issues, the border issues, many, many other issues that concern us all as a nation. We can't do that without the First Amendment, without debate. When I gave my speech, my announcement speech in Boston 2 months ago, YouTube, I talked about all those issues. I focused on grocery. I focused on the fact that working class people can no longer afford to live in this country. I talked about inflation, all the issues that deeply concern you, and that you've devoted your career to alleviating those issues. 5 minutes into my speech, when I was talking about Paul Revere, YouTube deplatformed me. I didn't talk about vaccines in that speech. I didn't talk about anything that people